And someone left their phone up here. Not sure if anyone belongs to anyone.
So we'll start in a few minutes. We had a closed session for 2.5 hours about several topics, and we just got done, so the council is wolfing down their food, and they should be out in another couple minutes. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Was Jim far behind? No. Okay. Give him one more minute. a minute? Go ahead. Go ahead and start. Okay, we will call this meeting to order. Welcome. As you'll notice, we're all dressed. This is the first meeting back from break, so we're dressed in what's traditional. It would wear a Hawaiian shirt day, so it's a little more casual tonight from the dress standpoint. First item is call to order, and then second item is roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember San Antonio?
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer?
Here.
Councilmember O'Hara?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Here.
And Mayor Ayers?
Here.
Record will show that all members of the city council are present.
Okay, and third item is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join if you can. Rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 4 is typically special presentation and proclamations. We have none tonight, and that brings us to item 5, which is oral comments. And how many oral comments do we
As
have?
mentioned, we do have 18, and you indicated that we would take the first 15 at 2 minutes each, and then the remaining 3 and any others that we receive at the end?
Yes, at 2 minutes each also.
Minutes each.
So
Okay.
typically, we set aside 30 minutes for oral comments and on things that are not on the agenda during that tonight. And so we don't want to take up the whole night with just oral comments. So what we do is if we get more than 15, we generally bring it down to 2 minutes. So we'll go with that, and we'll call the first public speaker.
Yeah, I'll call you 3 at a time, and just a reminder, it's 2 minutes. First 3 are Leslie Engel, Mona Angel, and then Stephen Cash.
Hello, how is everybody today? I'm here to speak about and beg the city council to put the declaration of the state of emergency on the agenda for next meeting. Encinitas has way too many car-involved fatalities, and most recently, 12-and-a-half-year-old Emery Chalakian, a beautiful and vibrant citizen of our town who was just beginning her life when she was killed by a driver running a red light. What exactly do you as leaders value? Why don't you prioritize the safety of our residents? We do not want a plan for more cars to get around quickly. People can leave their houses early. If we enable our streets to become freeways, quote unquote, more pedestrians will be killed. We need common sense slowing of traffic measures. The Carlsbad police have no problem. They're ruthless with how they uphold their speed limit laws. Everybody knows you can't even go 5 miles an hour over the speed limit ever, or you will get a ticket. I know we can't change anyone's behavior. However, you can send a strong message to anyone driving in our town that we do not tolerate people who speed recklessly, run red lights, and drive while intoxicated. We want the laws to reflect that we care about the citizens of our town and don't tolerate lawbreakers. We're begging for the focus to be making our streets safe for pedestrians, walkers, runners, and cyclists. In such a small town, there have been way too many of these deaths. We are asking for large movable electronic signs to be placed around town. We would also ask that electronic ticketing cameras be purchased and be installed in places all around the city, as well as purchasing more speed feedback signs in order to have them placed permanently on streets with egregious speeding behavior. Anyway, we would like dangerous areas where excessive speed is a regular occurrence to be quieted and stopped. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Following Mona will be Stephen Cash, Bernie Dillon, and then Christine Schindler.
Good evening. I'm Mona Angel from Cardiff. I'm here to plead that you, our city leaders, take action to make our streets safer by declaring a state of emergency, following the traffic fatalities of pedestrians and cyclists this year. I'm disheartened to know that our city has lost innocent lives. These deaths were preventable, and the best way to save streets is to reduce motor vehicle speeds. There have been too many deaths of pedestrians and cyclists on our streets. While I don't know these individuals personally, this issue is very personal to me. My husband was on a bike ride one day and never came home. He was struck and killed by a driver in an SUV. He was wearing a helmet and was in the bicycle lane. The speed limit was too fast, and in a nanosecond, the driver lost control, and the driver was found to be at fault. Steve was a registered nurse, and like me, a veteran of the Air Force. He loved spending time with our sons, and now me and my sons visit him at Miramar National Cemetery, where he was buried with full military honors. This death was devastating on all of us. Just like the individuals in this city who lost their lives had a significant impact on their families and was devastating. I continue to ride my bicycle and will continue to fight for safe streets for all residents. We must work together, because if we are not part of the solution, I fear that we will be part of the problem. And I urge the city to step forward and take action now before another person dies needlessly because of speed. Thank you.
City council members, my fellow citizens, I'm coming to you tonight because I'm seeking out support to open up a communication dialogue with the County of San Diego, the State of California, for the purposes of addressing the crimes I've been subjected to that include those from Sheriff Carolee Martinez and the District Attorney of San Diego County and the State of California. This has gone on now since 2008. Different things have happened, and I would like to be able to set an appointment with you. I've reached out to Mayor Bruce in the past. No response lately from two messages I left. I left one here, left one on your home phone, kind of thing. But I know you're busy, and I know the house situation is a thing which I support too. But I think our rights, I've stood by and watched our rights be taken from us. It's happening to me right now. Happened to me today with an encounter I had with a county employee. I don't really understand where that person was coming from, but I got their supervisor involved, and I'd like to spend more time in detail discussing with you what's happened to me in the last 17 years. I've lost my life savings, and I don't really think it's proper for people in government to commit crimes against their citizens and then nothing happens. And nothing's happened, and I've reached out to DOJ repeatedly, and I've tried to get resolution with trying to meet with Kelly Martinez one-on-one to talk to her about the rights that her departments participated in violating that are mine, and we're involved in litigation currently, and I've gone through other things. That's my time, but hopefully you'll reach back out to me, Bruce. We can score time to meet.
Okay, very good.
Good evening, council. Welcome back. I wanted to reach out to you because on July 4th, the fireworks started at 4:39 p.m. and they went until 11:39 p.m. The video I sent all of you was the fourth fireworks show coming from this home. The pics you are seeing is the brush in and around the homes, including the brush off of the I-5 northbound and the Santa Fe Drive off-ramp. There's also palm trees that haven't been maintained and are just eligible to, any of those embers could blow and start our whole neighborhood on fire. There's another video that you're about to see that was of 8:35 a.m. yesterday morning on Santa Fe Drive. As we sat there, the poor speed monitor was so overwhelmed with cars going in excess of 45 miles an hour through the planter box, supposedly supposed to slow everybody down, did nothing. That poor little box was just, it was going crazy because it couldn't keep up with all the cars headed eastbound. Here's the video. You can see the little box just can't even control itself because people were going so fast down Santa Fe Drive right in front of the high school. In some cases, some of those cars were exceeding 45 miles per hour. This is when school, first day of school. The planter boxes and the smaller lanes are not slowing anybody down. People are still screaming through there as fast as they can go. This has to stop. We need the cameras. We need the speed cameras. And we need to let the sheriff have access to every single one of those cameras so they can start issuing tickets, start issuing red stop sign violations. We need the sheriff to have the ability to see the entire Encinitas area 24/7, 365 days a year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Christine Schindler is Melissa Sharbarth, Laura Van Duzen, and then Carol Parker.
So welcome back, everyone. I'm glad that there's a show of force today again for Emory and for other traffic fatalities. You know me well. I live in East Encinitas. I'm very engaged with all things mobility, bike walk, and safety and education. I never do what I plan to do, especially when I lose a minute. But you have my presentation slides in there for public record. I think the biggest thing to consider that I'm reconsidering is the fact that we have a three-legged stool. So it's not just one thing when it comes to our community and safety and progress. So we have law enforcement, we have the community action, which we're seeing today and have seen before and we'll see again. And then we have the things that we can do with infrastructure and education. So with education in mind, I want to say kudos to Nick Bach because he put a more thorough bike guide for safety, for best behaviors. So I gave you a copy to each of you, so I hope that you'll check that out. I also gave you a copy of something I've given you many times, which is reminders for youth riders and pedestrians and reminders for motorists, because it takes all of us to create safer streets. I'm going to be able to go through my slides, but I do want to make sure that I share kudos for continuing staff engagement and for the work that they do yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And I hope that they feel supported, and I hope that we're able to retain our good staff. And July recess was a good break for everyone, and that's all I can say.
Thank you.
My name is Melissa Sharbarth. I'm a fourth grade teacher at Parkdale Lane, and I had the privilege of being Emory's fourth grade teacher. When I heard responses to concerned citizens by one of the councilmen regarding street safety, I felt compelled to speak. When my sister Kathy was murdered by her ex-boyfriend, our family fought for change, and change happened. Kathy's law was signed into law by Governor Brown, providing greater protection for victims of domestic violence. A clear example of how policy can change human behavior. So when it was stated we cannot change the behavior of humans and called it one of the benefits of being an American, along with adults are adults and have the ability to use the roads as they see fit, that mindset is not only unacceptable, it's dangerous. We can change how people drive by changing the roads they drive on. The comment, "There's nothing we're going to do to replace Emory," was flat, dismissive, and insensitive. While nothing can bring her back, the tone made it painfully clear that taking meaningful steps to prevent another tragedy isn't a priority. So-called data from a car repair person in town was referenced, stating traffic calming causes driver anxiety. But what about the children and families who face fear walking or biking on our roads? Where is the concern for their anxiety? It was mentioned that the compassion the community has for Emory was well heard, but where is your compassion, Councilman Schaefer? Compassion is not something you simply acknowledge. It's something you demonstrate through action and respectful leadership. A vast number of voters agree, and I am their voice. Watch what you say and how you say it, because your word's on record, and they will follow you. Start leading with care, or step aside for someone who will.
Laura Van Duzen, to be followed by Carol Parker, Bridget and John Chalikian, and George Sirhan.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here tonight to urge you, as a resident and as a mother of 2 young children who will need to cross Encinitas Boulevard to get to their middle school and high school in a few years. I'm urging you clearly and unequivocally to declare a local roadway state of emergency in the city of Encinitas. This request comes in the wake of tragic and preventable deaths: 12-year-old Emery Chalikian, 66-year-old Emily Hernandez, 45-year-old Marcos Perez Domingo, and 6-year-old Roderick Armstrong. All were vulnerable road users, pedestrians, cyclists, struck and killed on our streets this calendar year. At your last meeting, the council voted to agendize this emergency declaration, and yet tonight it is not on the agenda, nor is it on next week's agenda. That is disheartening and deeply concerning. Over the past several months, I've attended numerous meetings where residents have repeatedly voiced serious concerns about street safety. Just this past Monday at the Mobility Traffic Safety Commission meeting, the room was filled with community members worried, frustrated, and pleading for change as they spoke about urgent dangers in their neighborhoods. The City Council has a duty to address these urgent safety issues. Residents need to know that their voices are being heard and that action will follow. There is an urgent need in our city for safe, direct connections for pedestrians to cross from one side of Encinitas Boulevard to the other. And just as importantly, cars, bicycles, and pedestrians need safe, predictable, and clearly designed routes so that everyone can travel without fear or unnecessary risk. We need decisive leadership. We need a commitment for immediate, tangible safety improvements. And above all, we must ensure that no more families in Encinitas have to experience this kind of loss. Take action and declare a local roadway state of emergency.
Thank you.
Now.
Hi, I'm Carol Parker. I'm a 21-year resident of Encinitas and also an environmental commissioner. I want to thank you all for the timely approval of the funds for the bike education program that I read about in the July 5th Encinitas Advocate article. I think everybody in the community agrees that safety of our children is of primary importance. We have all seen the increase in the number of e-bike riders among school-age kids in the town. And I'm encouraged that a lot of the local schools have a lot more bike riders than they did even 6 to 8 years ago before the explosion of e-bikes. And educating these new riders will hopefully lessen the number of accidents and children getting hurt. That is a goal we all want, no children getting hurt on the streets. I think the city has done a good job of encouraging riding bikes by having this education program, creating the school district liaison committee, which I encourage everyone to attend. It's every other month, excuse me. It brings together school districts, community groups, and the city to talk about safe streets to schools. And I also want to thank the city for supporting bike lane infrastructure throughout. I think this is really important. As an environmental commissioner, I see kids riding to schools as a great way to lessen vehicle miles traveled in our town. Transportation is the leading cause of greenhouse gas emissions in our town, in all of San Diego County, all of the state, really. Reducing vehicle miles traveled is a tough nut to crack, and kids riding to schools help. I applaud you for your leadership in educating bike safety and encouraging biking in our town, making Encinitas safer and a cleaner city. Thanks.
Good evening, Council. My name is Bridget, and this is my husband, John. We're the parents of Emery Chalikian. a 12-year-old girl whose life was tragically cut short. On April 25th, Emery was struck by a vehicle while crossing the street at Encinitas Boulevard and Village Square Drive. She was in the crosswalk following the walk signal when a car ran through a red light and killed her. We believe that her life and the way it ended should not be forgotten. We are asking City Council to help ensure that Emery's legacy is not one of grief alone, but of action and protection for our community. We followed city requirements and have already requested the city to rename Village Square Drive to Emery's Crossing, with the hope to memorialize where she was killed and to become a physical reminder that children walk these streets and deserve to be safe. Mr. San Antonio, thank you for your full support of our request. We believe this gesture would bring a measure of comfort to our family and to all who grieve her, and perhaps even encourage greater caution and safety at that intersection. We look forward to seeing this completed as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Council, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak publicly. We do appreciate it. Neither of us enjoy it. And truthfully, reliving the way Emery was taken from us repeatedly is extremely painful. But we move through our discomfort to share our hopes for change, to prevent another family from experiencing the piercing, unexplainable pain we are. Some of you have children our age. Some of you have children that are younger, possibly older, possibly grandchildren. We're happy to sit with anybody and share our grief, but we'll continue to do everything we possibly can to not have to sit with another family and empathize with them in their grief. We hope our community can use Emery's life and death as an opportunity to move our city forward as humans and parents of our next generation, and put aside the legacy issues in politics. This is what brings us here, and it's to take care of our little ones in the way that she so loved to do. This is what Emery is calling us to do, so you're aware. In her memory and in her honor, thank you.
Next is George Sirhan, followed by Dave Dean, Judy Burline, Peggy Walker, and then looks like Margarite Ho.
My name is George Sirhan. I'm the first vice commander of the Encinitas American Legion Post 416. What I was going to speak about this evening is trivial in comparison to the heartbreak and concerns that I've heard this evening. With your permission, I will postpone until a more appropriate meeting. You should all have a copy of what I am requesting. Thank you, folks.
Dave Dean, and I too will wait. I was going to speak on the same subject as George, and so I'll wait till he speaks next meeting, perhaps. Prayers for Emery. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Judy Burline. School has started. Many of us are watching Santa Fe. Here's my key message: improve, don't remove. What does that mean? Focus on safety, in particular for cyclists and pedestrians. Preserve the separated bikeways. Don't stick bikes next to cars as they're pulling over to park. Thank you for working on the driveways. The green paint and the small speed bumps are helpful for alerting the cars to the presence of bicycles. And the intersections need help. They're a mess. Remember what it was before. This stretch was a disaster, especially during drop-off and pickup. There are issues now, but it's a lot better than it was. Don't waste our money tearing it out. There are lots of important projects, ones that you all ran on, like drainage and parks and street pavement, that need funds. Another year of construction disruption is unacceptable. And let's stop wasting time on this so we can fix Santa Fe East. There's no sidewalk, no bike lane on several segments. Lives are currently at risk. Specifically, I recommend the following, all things that the mayor and I agreed need fixing. The uneven asphalt and pavement, mostly in the bike paths. The entrances to each the west and eastbound bike paths. We need cutouts for access to the sidewalk. We need to fix the mailbox access. And lastly, parking. The most fiscally prudent use of our money would be to limit parking to 2 hours or 4 hours to discourage parking during the short window of drop-off and pickup when it's most dangerous. But if we must change the parking, I recommend shaving off a small amount of the planters on the south side. Keep the lanes painted at 10 feet, as they are on many streets around town.
If
but
you can
allow
finish up.
I'm finished, this is the last sentence. But allow a buffer for those who are unable to stay within the designated lane.
Thank you.
Peggy Walker, followed by Margaret.
Hello, City Council. Pardon?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm so
Go ahead.
sorry.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Sorry. Hello, City Council. My name is Margarite, and I attend the ballet studio that Emery was walking back to when she was killed. The Performing Arts Workshop community is a community that resembles that of sisterhood. I have some of my surrogate sisters here with me today, and I'm the oldest, and they are all like little sisters to me. That crosswalk, we crossed 1 million times on our way to get food in between rehearsals. It was a symbol of our freedom, of our joy, and of our ability, of our strength, of our power. And now that meaning has been shifted irreparably. I no longer go to my ballet studio several hours early to work on my homework and get a cup of coffee from my favorite bartender. My friends and I no longer cross the street to go get lunch. Emery's death has made an impact on us, and it doesn't go beyond where we go and when we go there. I have seen looks of pain on my friends' faces that no one our ages should ever have to feel. It is time for us to take this feeling and create change with it, because no families should have to feel this way, no girls should have to feel this way, and we as young women should not have to fear crossing our own streets in our own cities. It is time to declare a state of emergency for the streets and for our own safety, because we deserve to walk across the street to buy ourselves lunch. And we deserve to do that with our friends. We don't deserve to walk across and see the place on that sidewalk and feel that little drop in our chests. We have enough to fear as young women, and I hope that you take what I'm saying and my perspective and all of the young women that I represent, and you listen to our grief and you create change, because it is time. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, good evening. I'm Peggy Walker. I empathize so much with what I'm hearing, because on my way here tonight, a truck, a very big one, ran right through a stop sign at the corner by the Patagonia and the gas station there and nearly hit me in a very busy traffic time. I came on another topic, though. I work with local and national organizations to educate the community on the harms and risks of intoxicating substance use by those under 25. I know that you met in special meeting earlier regarding opioid litigation, and I thank you for that. But as we address the opioid problem, a new report from the high-intensity drug trafficking program titled Marijuana's Impact on California showed alarming trends emerging regarding treatment admissions for cannabis use disorder. Youth 12 to 17 accounted for 39% of marijuana treatment admissions. Youth ER visits had soared by over 500% at the last data count, which was in 22. So they've gone up even higher since then. There are more horror stories. The report showed that 43% of suicides among individuals 25 and under in San Diego County involved THC. During a news conference on this report, local ER and addiction doctor Ronit Lev said the public isn't getting the full picture of the risks involved with marijuana. She noted that one boy jumped from a balcony to his death, a symptom of marijuana-related psychosis. San Diego County Sheriff Lieutenant Michael Pepin said false advertising, colorful packaging geared to kids, and mislabeling are problematic. Perhaps it's time we reconsider having pot shops in Encinitas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that does conclude the first 15, and then we have the 3 remaining.
3 more, okay. We'll do those at the end.
End of the meeting?
Yeah,
Okay,
after item 12.
great.
So,
That does conclude oral communications at this time.
and so our next item is report from closed session. I think we have a report out from closed session.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At approximately 3:30 this afternoon, the City Council met in closed session. They recessed into the closed session itself shortly thereafter. While in closed session, they discussed 4 items on the agenda, which are on the posted closed session agenda. The first one was conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to 2 cases, significant exposure, 2 cases under the Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D2. The second matter was closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. The name of the case was Peterson versus City of Encinitas. It's a Workers' Compensation Appeal Board case. The third matter was conference with legal counsel, existing litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9, as well as item number 4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9. Both of these were opioid cases. The first one was the Purdue Pharma case. The second one was the Alvagen et al. Cases. As to both of those 2 cases, the City Council authorized entering into the settlement of both those 2 cases, as well as authorizing the city manager to execute all necessary future documents to settle those cases and receive funds from the settlement. And that concludes closed session.
Okay, thank you. On to changes to agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the posted agenda, and then moving on to the consent calendar, item 8G and 8O have been pulled by members of the public.
Okay, and would the council like to pull any items? 8N. Okay, anyone else? And I'll entertain a motion for the remaining.
Motion to approve the remaining items of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. And with that, we'll call the question.
That motion does carry unanimously. That takes us to item 8G. And we do have one speaker, and that is Jim Felank. And Jim, did you want a staff report? You just wanted to speak on it? I'm sorry? Did you want an agenda report, or you just wanted to speak? I just want to speak. Okay, come on up.
Okay.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. This is about the December 6th lighting of the Heritage Tree, the 31st annual lighting of the tree at Moonlight Beach. And I want to thank the city for your continued support. And this calendar item is going to be to vote on renewing the partnership between the City of Encinitas and the Encinitas Historical Society to bring this great event to the community. I don't know how many of you have been to the Heritage Tree lighting at Moonlight Beach. It lights the tree for an entire month, and it always precedes the holiday parade. And we're really excited this year. We've got the support coming back from the community from all quarters, including Encinitas, the elementary school program for community choir, And we're going to be featuring 4 choirs again, plus other choirs and live music. And I just wanted to take this moment to thank you for your continued support and look forward to next year when we hopefully can extend the agreement between the Historical Society and the city in a full partnership for a 5-year agreement. Because it'll just streamline the whole process because it's growing and it's a wonderful event for our community. And I want to thank again all of you for your support.
Okay, thank you. And
Thank you, Jim. I'd just like to jump in and thank Jim and for your dedicated support of this event and other events that the Historical Society is involved in, and for your family's support of this event over the years. I know your heart is totally in it, and I think our city is better for it. So thank you. And I want to move approval of this item.
okay, and do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion? We'll call the question.
Sorry,
Yeah,
computer's,
we have to wait for the computer.
computer's still on vacation.
Feel like we need the Jeopardy music playing.
Exactly what I was just thinking.
There we go.
And that motion does carry unanimously. Takes us to item 8N.
Okay, and who pulled N? Was that public?
Councilmember O'Hara.
Okay,
So this was just an item that we pulled. We talked about this during the briefings, and I don't need a report on this. If it's okay, I'll just go ahead and ask my question. I just wanted to, just in the matter of transparency, it's a housing issue, and the large amount of money was attached to it. And I just wanted to let the engineering department and Engineer Dudek just address those funds, what they are, where they come from, so everybody can understand what they are, and rather than be shocked by the dollars.
Yeah, no problem, Mayor and Councilmember O'Hara and the council. This project, I'll be happy to give a brief summary of what it really is. As you might remember, in June of this year, the City Council approved the last portion of a 5-year grant from the HCD, roughly almost $1 million. And what this item is specifically related to is an amendment to the resolution. It's on the first page of it in Section 3. And all it is the HCD really wanted us to put in the exact specific number in the resolution. It's nothing more than that. We asked the HCD if we could do it administratively, and they wanted it approved by the council. So it's back in front of you for that underlying $936,624, which is the full grant for the 5-year process. So I apologize for having to bring it to you, but here it is in order for us to get the remaining of the funds I needed to do this. So here it is.
We appreciate you bringing it to us, and especially with a dollar amount like that. I know our concern was possibly that some of the public might not recognize this as what we'd already voted on, and it was just a clarification of sorts. So I appreciate you explaining that, and hopefully that helps the public. I'm going to motion to approve this.
I'll second. Okay, have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Call the question.
That motion does carry unanimously, and that takes us to item 8O, and that was pulled by 2 members of the public, Suzanne Stone and Brad Lefkowitz. And do you want a staff report? No staff report is needed, so Suzanne, you can come up, followed by Brad.
Hi there, real quick. I look at all the agendas. This one really struck me to have an item on the consent calendar that says discussion and possible update. Typically, consent calendar items are, I thought, supposed to be able to be done without discussion. So I would like to hear the discussion about the changes to the committees. And then as I looked at which committees you were changing, I found it very interesting and curious that the mayor would want to give up his seat on the Traffic Management Program Subcommittee, particularly given the interest by the public in traffic management. I wanted to hear kind of your rationale for wanting to pass that over. And then I didn't have this thought until witnessing tonight, but the idea that Jim O'Hara is going to be the representative replacing you gives me pause, because Councilmember O'Hara barely paid attention to the public speakers that were up here. He was the only council member who was not looking these people in the eye. And I think somebody who's going to be responsible for such an important program needs to be able to communicate and hear things, even if he doesn't like them. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have a lot of the same thoughts, but if you haven't noticed, I don't do too well off script, so I'm going to stick with it here. I thought it was important to pull this consent calendar item tonight, as it appears to be the only item on this week or next week's agenda that deals with the traffic and safety issues that are clearly top of mind for many in our community. Seems that the discussion around this item has already taken place, but I'm hoping that both Mayor Ehlers and Councilmember O'Hara can add some clarity to the reasoning behind moving Councilmember O'Hara onto the ETMP and what changes, if any, are anticipated to the program. It appears that from the outset, when this program was known as the ENTMP, Encinitas Neighborhood Traffic Management Program, the goal was clearly and specifically to implement traffic calming measures. To read what is currently on the city's website, the program is intended to use neighborhood input to design and implement effective traffic calming measures on neighborhood streets. Such measures include curb modifications, medians, speed tables, traffic circles, and other roadway modifications. That is exactly what many people are asking for in our community right now. So I'd ask that if this is now an endeavor under which the program will undergo significant changes, there should be an item on the agenda that makes clear what those would be, with direction given to the traffic engineering department to make the changes. Which brings me to my concerns about Councilmember O'Hara's potential new role on this committee. If we recall back to the last time that Santa Fe was on the agenda here, Councilmember O'Hara found it appropriate to redesign one of our most important corridors with a red Sharpie. Amongst his supposed qualifications to do so, he said, and I quote, "You can learn anything on YouTube." As a parent, there is nothing more important to me at the city level than prioritizing the safety of our roadways' most vulnerable users. It is clear that many people in our community feel the same way. This program is too important to be guided by ego or internet tutorials. I'm asking Councilmember O'Hara to commit tonight to prioritizing the expertise of our city's professionals on matters of such great importance. And I'm asking this council to keep the ETMP's focus where it belongs, on proven, effective safety measures. Thank you.
So I'll hop in here. The first question that I asked staff is that this was formed, in the last 2 years? And it was formed by the prior mayor. And so I asked staff, how often? I couldn't remember meeting. How often have we met, if the city manager will respond?
The committee has never met.
It's never met. Quite frankly, I couldn't even remember what the purpose was. And so what we want to do here is the types of items we're talking about, safety, traffic safety. We have a full commission of 7 members that are distributed throughout the city, and they're the ones that should be handling this. And we've never met. We were formed by I'm not even quite sure what the purpose was. And subcommittees are supposed to be groups that do the business of the commission, of the entire council, and they should come back. They should have a specific purpose, and they should come back to the body, and then action takes place when it comes back to the body. And we never met. So what I'd like Councilmember O'Hara to do is see, do we even need this committee? And for issues that are about safety and about traffic, that's what the Traffic Commission, as an advisory group appointed by us, is for. So I really believe this is probably one of those subcommittees we didn't need and probably can go away. So I don't know if anybody else, Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Well, given the concern from the public and given the mayor's response, I would like to propose that we take action that eliminates this ETMP committee. And if it needs to come back, it can come back with a purpose and a goal. I would hate to keep it going without us knowing why we have it.
Well, Councilmember O'Hara.
I don't think we're agendized to do that, but as I understand, the mayor's plate is very full, and I had space to add this program, so I agreed to step into it. We have lots of projects that go on throughout the city. Councilman gets involved. I believe this was council and Abe, our traffic engineer, on this committee, and the goal is to look at pretty much what you said. As far as the political grandstanding, I'm just going to stop there and motion that we approve.
So, question, could we add to that motion that will re-agendize whether we need this? And one of the things I'd like you to look into is, do we need this as a committee, and bring it back to a future agenda item?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
why not?
as a friendly amendment, I'll second then. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Great. Call the question.
And that motion carries with Deputy Mayor Lyons voting no.
Okay, thank you.
And that does conclude the consent calendar, so that takes us to item 10A, which is the public hearing to consider a timely filed appeal.
Okay. Hang on while I pull up my public meeting cheat sheet. Thank you.
I think I had it. Yeah.
I think I've got it too, but this is I'm going to the procedure for a appeal hearing, which is a public notice meeting. The first step is we will have a staff report, and then we will ask the council to disclose any other information they've received that it's not included in the staff report. And then we'll have preliminary questions, and then we'll open the public hearing. So this item is the public hearing to consider the appeal, a timely filed appeal for the Planning Commission's determination on off-premises alcohol beverage sales for beer and wine at the Village Park 7-Eleven at 1988 Village Parkway.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Fran Carr, Ms. Carr here is to provide the presentation for the project, and I'll turn it over to Fran.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. There we go. My name is Fran Carr, and I will be presenting the report for the 7-Eleven Planning Commission Interpretation Appeal. The project site, outlined in yellow, is located at the corner of Mountain Vista Drive and Village Parkway. The site is located within the new Encinitas community, within the planned development known as Village Park. The project site is also located within the limited local commercial zoning district, referenced herein as LLC. The project site is surrounded by residential uses on 3 sides, on the west, north, and south, and by commercial uses to the east. The subject property and the commercial property to the east are 2 of the only limited local commercial zoned properties in the city. The project site was previously developed in 1985 under San Diego County jurisdiction with a convenience store and service station use under the county zoning of general commercial. Some site history related to the project. On January 5th, 1990, the property owners applied for a Planning Commission interpretation to allow for an ABC license for alcohol sales on the site, as the zoning at the time did not allow for liquor sales. The Planning Commission determined that the sale of beer and wine for off-premises consumption is a prohibited use in the LLC zone, according to the meeting minutes from May 29th, 1990. On January 30th, 1991, City Council approved a zoning code amendment updating the land use definition from liquor sales to alcohol beverage sales off premises. The zoning amendment prohibited alcohol beverage sales off premises in the limited local commercial zone. The applicant for this project requested a planning commission interpretation to allow the alcohol beverage sales off-premise land use as an accessory use to the existing commercial development. The applicant requested to add alcohol beverage sales off-premise to the existing commercial use as an accessory use not to exceed 4% of the sales area and 7% gross sales. Under Encinitas Municipal Code Section 30.08010 zoning use matrix, the alcohol beverage sales off-premise land use is prohibited in the limited local commercial zone. And this is a project timeline for this application. On January 7th, the application was submitted. On April 17th, the Planning Commission interpretation public hearing and decision occurred. On April 23rd, an appeal was filed, and then on August 13th, the City Council hearing for that appeal is occurring. So now I will get into the arguments that were presented in the applicant appeal. According to the appellant's position in the appeal, the staff report and resolution erroneously conclude that because alcohol sales are not identified as a permitted use in the LLC zone, alcohol sales cannot be considered an accessory land use. This is the wrong legal standard and incorrect evaluation of the application. Pursuant to Encinitas Municipal Code Section 30.01.030, the Planning Commission has the discretion to determine if a given land use that is not expressly allowed within a zone is within the scope of permitted uses and allowable accessory uses. The Planning Commission reviewed the request and determined that the proposed use cannot fit within the scope of permitted uses and allowable accessory uses in the zone. The permitted primary uses in the zone are identified in the zoning use matrix, and the alcohol sales off-premise land use is prohibited within the limited local commercial zoning district. The permitted accessory uses in all commercial zones are identified in accessory uses section 30.48.050. There are 3 specific accessory use types listed in this chapter: sidewalk cafe, outdoor sales, and caretaker units. Any non-listed accessory use types are regulated the same as primary land use types, and the zoning matrix applies. According to the appellant's position in the appeal, the assertion that alcohol sales cannot be considered an accessory land use wrongfully and erroneously implies that the Planning Commission and City Council do not have the discretion to approve alcohol sales as an accessory use. This implication is prejudicial to the applicant and contrary to the zoning code and prior determinations by city staff and Planning Commission. As previously stated, the city's accessory use allowances do not identify alcohol sales as a permitted accessory use, and no interpretations or exceptions are provided in the municipal code. The municipal code specifically prohibits alcohol beverage sales off-premise within the limited local commercial zoning district. Therefore, the Planning Commission's determination is not prejudicial to the applicant or contrary to the zoning code. The Planning Commission interpretation request is to evaluate if the proposed accessory use would fit within the allowed accessory uses. The proposed use does not fit within the 3 allowed commercial accessory uses. The proposed use is not permitted as a primary land use. The Planning Commission made an appropriate determination. According to the appellant's position in the appeal, the city does have discretion to approve alcohol sales as an accessory land use, even if alcohol sales are prohibited in the zone, as evidenced by the Rite Aid approval. The city should approve alcohol sales as an accessory use at this address, as the Rite Aid project was approved with alcohol sale as an accessory use. The LC and LLC zones are nearly identical, and alcohol sales are treated identically in the zoning code for LC and LLC. Once again, the Encinitas Municipal Code Section 30.48030, accessory uses, establishes local regulations for accessory uses within the commercial zones and identifies specifically permitted accessory uses. Pursuant to this section, alcohol sales are not identified within the permitted accessories categories, and no interpretations or exceptions are provided. The use is not listed as an accessory use. The use cannot fit within the allowable accessory uses, and the use is expressly not permitted in the zoning code. The city does not have the discretion to approve alcohol sales as an accessory use through a planning commission allowable use interpretation. The property known as Rite Aid is located within the local commercial zoning district, and the subject property is located in the limited local commercial zoning district. They are separately defined zones with different allowable land uses per the zoning use matrix and located within different neighborhoods. Further, the intent of the limited local commercial zone, which is the subject property, is to provide limited commercial uses conveniently located to serve the neighborhood while maintaining compatibility with a residential environment. In contrast, the local commercial zone, which is where the Rite Aid is located, instead is intended for shopping centers and retail uses which serve the local residents of the community. Therefore, it is not appropriate to compare the two project sites from a land use perspective. For the Planning Commission public notice, it was mailed on April 4th, 2025. We received concerns related to safety, noise, and traffic, and there were a total of 5 comments in opposition. And there was 1 comment received in support of allowing alcohol use. For this City Council appeal hearing, it was mailed on July 29th, and there were similar concerns received related to safety, noise, and traffic, and a total of 6 comments were received in opposition. And there was another comment in support of overturning the Planning Commission decision and allowing alcohol use at this site. In closing, staff recommends that City Council adopt the resolution denying the appeal and affirming the Planning Commission decision that the alcohol beverage sales off-premises land use cannot be considered an accessory use to the primary retail use in the limited local commercial zone for the property located at 1988 Village Parkway. And this concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, before we do questions, can we start with any disclosures?
I've none to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And then I do have, I've had previous discussions with the appellant and with their attorney before the Planning Commission meeting. No information was exchanged that's not in the current report. It was basically discussions about what the current laws are. So with that, we'll move on to preliminary questions. If you don't, I've got one. I think you said it very quickly. How many parcels have a limited local commercial, and where are they located?
Sure, that's a great question. So there are 2 parcels within the city that are that are zoned limited local commercial, and they're located right across the street from one another.
Okay, so it's the subject property and the one across the street. So,
Correct,
okay,
yes.
great. That was my preliminary question. So with that, we'll now open the public hearing. And first, we'll have 10 minutes from the appellant applicant, or sorry, 10 minutes from the appellant applicant goes first, and then public speakers. Let me start over. We'll do 10 minutes from the appellant, 10 minutes from with the applicant going first, and then we'll have public speakers, 3 minutes each, followed by rebuttal by the applicant, and then the appellant, typically 5 minutes. So with that, we'll start with the appellant.
Good evening, Bruce Evans for 7-Eleven. Before I get started, this is a business case, and it's important to us, but it doesn't feel very urgent, so I at least want to extend the offer because I know there's other speakers waiting after us. So if it was the council's preference to continue our case, we're happy to come back to another night. I realize we're maybe more than halfway through, and I tried to reach Ms. Carr, let her know we'd be agreeable to this, but the self-service is so poor, I don't think it went through. So just wanted to extend the offer. That would be fine with us if that was something the council wanted to do.
I don't, unless staff has some reason to continue. I don't think so. I viewed yours as one of the big cases we have tonight. So
okay, understood. We just want to be respectful for what we've heard tonight and the tragedy.
Appreciate that.
And again, this case, it's hard to bring any enthusiasm up here after what we've heard.
Yeah, and pretty heavy night.
Okay, so I'll just back up. When we started this case, and we had preliminary discussions with staff, there was confusion. Initially, we were told that, that a CUP wasn't needed, that the alcohol use would be permitted. Staff did further review, realized this wrinkle in the limited local commercial zoning, said we can't do it. Then we were going to file for a CUP, discovered we couldn't do that, and so we ended up with this application for an interpretation. So we didn't think it would be this complicated or difficult. Looking at the 2006 Rite Aid approval, it has not been our intent in any way to argue with staff or be combative. We didn't think we were asking the Planning Commission or Council to do anything new or different from the way it exercised its discretion in 2006 for the Rite Aid approval. And so what do I mean by that? And I'll just, if you can, I understand staff's position. It's certainly logical. But where we differ from staff is this. And I don't want to waste anybody's time. So the 1991 zoning amendment that's referenced in the staff report, okay, the key thing for us and that we looked at and that caused us to go forward with this application is that 1991 zoning amendment. That treated the alcohol use and the designation was identical to the limited commercial zone and the limited local commercial zone. So the way that the city interpreted that when they looked at the Rite Aid case for limited commercial in 2006 is they characterized the alcohol use as that it wasn't expressly permitted. And then the city moved forward and exercised its discretion and said that we can approve the alcohol use as an accessory use, but with very specific limitations. And then the staff report went further and said that this standard shall carry forward to other alcohol requests within this zone as an accessory use. So the key thing for us that we looked at, I get it that it's a different zone. It's limited commercial, it's limited local commercial, but these are very, very similar in their writing and the description, okay? But if the zoning code designation for the alcohol use is identical to the limited commercial zone, where the city in 2006 determined that it did have the discretion to approve the alcohol use as accessory, then clearly it has the same discretion to approve it in the limited local commercial. Yes, it's a different zone, but the zoning code treats the alcohol use and the designation as the same in limited commercial and limited local commercial. So in 2006, the city looked at that 1991 ordinance and said, it's not expressly permitted, but we can approve it as an accessory use with these very specific limitations. And now the city looks at the same zoning code section and has the interpretation that it's a prohibited use, which is much stronger determination. So if there's no discretion to approve the request, then the application has unfortunately been, I don't want to say a waste of time, but maybe fruitless, okay? Mm-hmm. And so that's unfortunate. So we looked at this, and whether it should be approved or whatever the Planning Commission or the Council's consideration, whether it's appropriate, that would be the second question. But if our legs are cut out from under us on this application, that the Commission or the Council has no discretion, well, that's fundamentally different than what the city did in 2006. And in 2006, the city reached the exact opposite conclusion. 2006, the city said, based on this zoning designation, limited commercial, yes. Now we're limited local commercial, but it's the same designation, which the city determined to be not expressly permitted. So that's our difficulty, and that's where we differ from staff. So, we thought this was a modest request with the precedent that the city had set, the guidelines, the 4% space limitation, the 7% cap on gross sales. We offered some additional things in the application, such as limits on single sale beers, no advertising of alcohol that we thought would be neighborhood appropriate. So again, we think the city has the discretion. It could be certainly a secondary discussion whether you think it's appropriate, but if we don't even get to the point where the city can exercise its discretion, That's contrary to what the city did in 2006. And so that's our difficulty and where we differ from staff. So again, I say this in as friendly and way as I can. Ms. Carr and the planning staff been completely professional and very accessible, and we appreciate that. We just have a different opinion, and what I'm rooted in our position is not a speculative argument, but looking at the zoning code, the city's application of that code in 2006. Yes, it's a different zone, but the reasoning is the same, because the zoning designation was the same for the alcohol use. And hopefully I've explained that in a way that makes sense. I know it's technical. Raja, the franchisee, is here tonight, and I'd just like him to have an opportunity to say hello and introduce himself. I'm happy to answer any questions before I'm finished.
I think not at this time, but.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Raja Saini, the current franchisee, along with my two brothers there in the back as well. I just want to point out that we've been in this community for 3 years now, and we've had numerous franchisees before us that have been here. We are keeping a clean store, providing a safe environment, and all we want to do is have a convenience for our customers, which expect when they go into a 7-Eleven have beer and wine, which we do not have at the moment. I also believe that having a neighborhood store, it would reduce traffic. They wouldn't have to drive a couple of blocks down the street where they can get beer and wine. They can just walk down to the local store and get the beer and wine license, reducing traffic. And also increasing the local business traffic. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So you know what was throwing me off here? I'm so used to having an appellant and an applicant, and we only have one party here, and it's the city on the other side. So or do we have public speakers now?
Sorry, we have three: Sharon Kalish, Ryan Bork, followed by Katie Papaniak.
Hi. So I live on the other side of the 7-Eleven. I've owned my house since 96, 97, something like that. And that particular 7-Eleven has been a hot spot for sort of delinquent youth to hang out. And it is different completely from the Rite Aid because it's not down the street like a block or so from the middle school. And it's also not down the street from 2 elementary schools. I mean, it's just not in an appropriate location to be able to sell alcohol. There's one person in the 7-Eleven usually manning the 7-Eleven. It's a large store. There's also a gas station, and it's a busy store. And I think we do frequent, all of us, the 7-Eleven, and we appreciate that it's there. But I don't know if it's something that could... I don't want it to end up like the 7-Eleven down on Santa Fe where all the kids are buying beer there, basically, or shoplifting it. That's not what I want in our neighborhood. It doesn't really benefit anybody but the store owner. Our neighborhood's not asking for beer and wine to be sold there. We've had it taken away in the amount of time that I've owned my property there. And the overall, I'm on the board with my homeowners association, and the overall feeling in the community around there is, please do not approve this. We're begging you. We just had all of these lovely people come here for Emory about safety and about supporting our youth. And it ties in together immediately with safety and youth. And there's a plethora of e-bike riders around. And, you know, I'm so happy to hear about the education for that. But, you know, they're learning still, and it's not the appropriate place to have beer and alcohol in that neighborhood. It's absolutely not. There's 3 schools there for 2 elementaries and 1 middle school. It's not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. It's my first city council. It's fairly interesting to see, and it's amazing to see the support with Emory's family. I live down the street also. I'm also a customer. I love the 7-Eleven.
What was your name?
Oh, sorry, Ryan Bork. Hey, everyone. Love the 7-Eleven, but I personally have never questioned whether there's been need for alcohol or liquor there. There's enough options just down the street off of the main drag on El Camino Real. Otherwise, that was it. I second the thoughts of the previous speaker. And it sounds like you guys have this thing kind of nipped up, so good job, Carr. I think we know what's going to happen. I just wanted to oppose the idea of the appeal, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Katie Poponiak?
Hi, and thank you for everything you do to take care of us. I do appreciate it. I'm showing my age here because back in 1990, I remember when my kids were in junior high, and I fought this before. So I've been here before on this same issue. Now I have a grandson that just started at Degueño. Let me just say, there is no good reason to have alcohol in the Village Park 7-Eleven. There's never been, and there never will be. We don't need convenience alcohol. We have enough of it already. Thank you.
Thank you. That it? Okay. And so 5 minutes for the appellant to rebut, if you'd like to rebut any of the public comment. So it looks like no. And with that, I will close the public hearing and go to council discussion. And I think I will start off on this one because I have some follow-on questions and commentary, and I probably have the most planning commission experience up here. First question I'm going to go to, of course, you know the hard question, is if this was LC zoned instead of LLC, would we be able to approve, or would you recommend approval of alcohol under the accessory use like was done on Rite Aid?
So, excuse me. So just to clarify the question, so if the zone was different, would we approach it differently?
If the zone in particular was LC.
See.
Yeah.
So for the planning commission interpretation, we evaluate it just on the existing zoning. We did not look at alternatives.
Yeah. But, okay, so, but the bottom line is it's not allowed in LC either. And it would have to be GC, general commercial, in order to have not an X in the use matrix, but a permitted or a use permit. In other words, there's no path to get alcohol for an L or an LC under the current code. And so I'm going to go back with lots of years of planning commission experience. This isn't my first time where we've had old interpretations were determined not to be in compliance with the law. And that's happened. And, you know, I could take combining of antique lots in a Liebenhain as an example. And literally what we have is a newer, very professional staff here who has gone through the code in detail and gone through it with the lawyers. And I think you're at the right conclusion. And, you know, and I was very open-minded about this when in my discussions, I didn't pre-communicate any decision either way in my past discussions with the appellant. But, and I was open-minded, and when we sat down and talked about what our code says, and that's all we all have is our code. Our code basically does not allow alcohol in the LLC zone, and it's pretty clear. It doesn't allow it as an accessory use, which was the loophole. I went and pulled, along with staff had pulled, the 2006 decision on the Rite Aid, and they used the accessory use of alcohol, and I don't think it's allowed. And I think the planner Carr explained that very clearly. So I'm going to support the let's see how. Deny the appeal, support the Planning Commission decision, and furthermore, I would like to have a short discussion about what other paths. So if the appellant, I guess it is, wants to pursue it, it would have to literally be a change in zone to get it to something like a GC zone. Is that correct?
That is a path that they could choose. Mm-hmm.
Are there any other paths?
So there could be a zoning code amendment where you would amend the use matrix to, instead of an X, have a different entitlement requirement.
Like a use permit or something. So, and I don't know that I'm supportive of that because especially in the LLC, when I looked at the difference between LC and all the various uses it's permitted to do, and I looked at how few the LLC is, and this is LLC, limited local commercial, it's just a very narrow portion of the LC. So I think it was intended and probably done very intentionally to limit improper uses, probably alcohol, just like I think Katie testified, in our past, we've had this decision before. So I'm going to support the staff recommendation, deny the appeal, and I'll yield the floor. Councilmember O'Hara.
A lot of great points. I think we're all going to be following in that a little bit. I had a question. Was there? This seems to me like would have been a really clear-cut case had we had some sort of a CPP. And I think for something like this comes up again, if we have a public meeting, I think you would have heard. What did I say?
Oh, I'm surprised there wasn't one, but
I don't see it here. If there was, it's not listed in the packet. I see the over here, the resolution, commission resolution, planning commission, appeal application, public notices, but I don't see a public meeting. So, but I think this would have been a really clear case, and I think as much as you're suggesting, which I think is a really good, just to suggest us to look over our codes, it would have been really helpful and probably saved the business owner a lot of time and better understanding and really connected with their community a little bit. So I wish that had happened. I wish we could make sure that in the future, something like this that comes up, especially in a place like Village Park, near schools, near longstanding families who are here, would have the chance to chime in and really kind of connect with the business owner and give them a clear understanding of how they view the role of a property like that, which is an LLC. I'm going to also stand alongside the mayor on this and support the Planning Commission's decision based on the fact that it is prohibited use. It's also doesn't fall under the accessory zoning uses of the LLC zoning of this property. And with that, I'm going to yield.
Councilmember San Antonio.
I actually grew up right around the corner from there, so that 7-Eleven was definitely freedom for me. Walking from home, that was the furthest place I could walk. So, I mean, the 7-Eleven was a great spot. I mean, I went to Florida Vista, I went to Degania, so I know all about the area. I also have spoken, not about this, but I've spoken to other 7-Eleven owners, and I understand 7-Eleven is, from what I understand, 7-Eleven is a tough corporate, they're a tough corporation. Their margins are small, they hammer you guys, from what I understand, on everything. Hours, what you guys make for what you sell. I understand it. I own a business as well, so I definitely understand how tough business can be, how cutthroat it can be. And I know that this could definitely add, I know alcohol sales is always, a big moneymaker. But I also know, I'm not really about the zoning part. I think it's just there's, I know there's Village Liquor right around the corner. If you're on that side of Village Park, there's Quickie Mart down the street, down Mountain Vista, and a bunch more, the grocery store if you want. But, and I feel for you guys that 7-Eleven is definitely a tough corporation to work for. I know you're a franchisee, but, for just the public health and safety aspect of it, for the public or the safety of the residents, the kids, it's tough. I know it's a convenience mart. I mean, it's for convenience, but it's, you drive another mile down the road. I know there's two other liquor stores at either corner of Encinitas Boulevard or Mountain Vista, so it's tough. But I definitely do. I'm going to have to also side with the Planning Commission and uphold theirs as well, uphold their decision. So I'm sorry, guys, but man, it's tough. Like a business owner, I feel what you guys are feeling, but I know it wasn't part of your presentation, but I also it's tough, man.
Councilmember O'Hara.
I just wanted to follow up, kind of reminded me, stories from both of you who grew up in that area, and over the years kind of living there. So many people who have amazing experiences at 7-Eleven, and I want to say, regardless of whatever the vote is up here tonight, I think the 7-Eleven should know that it is a big part of that community and how much they appreciate you being there, regardless of how this vote goes tonight. It's a huge asset to that community. So I hope people continue to support it regardless of this. I think they will. I think we will. I know so many runners that love getting their slushies there post-run. So I just want to remind everybody of that. And I think I'm going to, just to get this going, put a motion in to deny the appeal and support the Planning Commission's vote.
Okay. And
I'll second that.
thank you. And let's see, I'll go next. A couple things. One, while Marco was growing up, I lived down the street from it too. So I was a little older, but and so I spent a lot of time and money at the gas station there and in that 7-Eleven. And I still walk by it, once a month, once a week with my dog. So I'm not that far away from it. Question, Rite Aid is no longer in business. And does the license there now cease, and a future one would have to come? And based on this current proper interpretation, would there not be liquor or alcohol sales allowed at Rite Aid, a future store there?
That's a good question. I'll say this, that the Planning Commission interpretation guides all of the use determinations within that specific zone. For this particular motion, or for this entitlement that we're discussing today, it just rules limited local commercial zone.
Okay.
For Rite Aid, I don't know if they're still in operation, but we would have to evaluate any new proposal that comes through for that property.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Fran. I'll help out just a little bit. The Rite Aid is closed. Pursuant to the code, there is a limited time where when an operation is closed, it ceases approved use or previous entitlements, and that has expired.
Okay, good. So bottom line is they wouldn't have a path to alcohol if a store came in there that wanted to do this either, now going forward.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. So we have a motion and a second, and you seconded it. Do you want to speak? No? Okay. With that, I will call the question. So a yes would be deny the appeal. Just want to make sure we get our logic straight. Okay, thank you. And with that, we will move on to item 10B, which is review and approve amendments to the Encinitas Municipal Code, Chapter 2.48, Youth Commission, Section 2.48.020, membership. And contact person is City Clerk
City Clerk
Hollywood.
And then I do have Youth Commission staff is here, should you have any specific questions about the commission itself. But the item before you is just consideration of amendments to Encinitas Municipal Code, Chapter 2.48, Youth Commission, regarding the membership. Earlier in the year, we were advertising the annual advertisement for the recruitment for the Youth Commission. At the May 14th City Council meeting, we had received 8 applications, and the Youth Commission is made up of up to 9 members. So the City Council on May 14th did appoint 8 applicants. So we reopened recruitment, and at the June 25th meeting, City Council appointed 1 additional applicant to the Youth Commission. So that did bring the Youth Commission total to 9 members. But at the same meeting, staff was directed to bring back an amendment to the municipal code to consider the appointment of alternates to the Youth Commission based on City Council discussion. So before you, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. So you can go to the next one. Sorry, I should have told you. So before you are proposed amendments to allow for alternates. So the changes that we are proposing, but again, it's up to council discretion of what your actual intent was. We took out up to, and we're removing that, so there would be 9 regular voting members and 2 alternate members, and we would designate those alternate members as alternate number 1 and alternate number 2. And again, they must all be residents of the city of Encinitas. What we're considering is that if a vacancy arises, and a vacancy means that a youth commissioner left the commission permanently, so they resigned, they were removed because of attendance requirements. If a vacancy should occur, then the first vacancy, number 1, would automatically take that vacancy and continue with the remainder of that term. If a second vacancy occurred, then alternate number 2 would take that spot. And then in addition, the alternate members of the commission, they're considered members of the commission, they can participate in the commissions, but they are not entitled to vote on any matter unless a commissioner is absent. So if a commissioner is absent, again, alternate number 1 could then go in and vote. If there was 2 commissioners absent, then both alternates could vote. We did say that the alternate members would be subject to the attendance requirements, just as the regular commission members are, and that they would not be eligible to serve as officers, as alternates. So before you in red, those are the proposed changes for your consideration, and they're included in the ordinance. If you approve, then we can go ahead and introduce the ordinance, or you can make any changes that the council so desires. And we do have 3 speakers on that item.
Okay, do we have preliminary questions we want to start with? Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Ehlers. I do have a question, just for clarification. When a alternate's position becomes vacant, meaning that they have taken a full a youth commissioner's position, will we be doing an advertisement at that time, like we would have?
Yeah, we did not anticipate in the past on the youth commission, because the youth commission doesn't run March to March like most commissions. It runs from September to typically June. So we did not anticipate that once the alternates took spots, then any other vacancies would just remain until the next recruitment.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
And Councilmember O'Hara. Oh, okay. So with that, we'll go to public comments.
Okay, we do have 3. Carrie Kelly, Ellen Burr, and then Lars Wilging.
Okay, I kind of expect smiles because this is good news. This is one of the most exciting programs you have in the city. And I'm all about the win-win, so I'm here to support you and give you some of my insight. I need glasses for that, however. My name is Carrie Kelly. As a family, we are active volunteers in Encinitas. Our emphasis is on multi-generational positive neighboring. I have been in or listened to every single youth commission meeting since 2023 in support of my son Quaid, who is the most senior leader on the youth commission. I estimate our family service leadership since we moved here in 2010 to be in excess of 4,000 hours. Yeah, that's a lot. So I am reporting that you have appointed exceptional students, and the decision that you made at the last meeting to appoint Miles Huey was the right one. As an incumbent, he was actually not here because he was earning his Congressional Award Silver Medal expedition in a different country. I believe that the positive intent of the proposed changes is to create volunteer civic leadership opportunities to all kids who want to participate. And I think we can agree that that is a good thing. Before approving these changes, I highly recommend that you engage the current Youth Commission for their counsel, simply because their pending plans and their newly approved bylaws, authored by former Chair Lischensky and Vice Chair Kelly, leave room to fulfill multiple project advisors and appointment of student subcommittees, which is a part of the municipal code. And it is within their work plan. It is a great long-term solution to including volunteer opportunities throughout the year for students. And I will say this, when Quaid watched your meetings, he was very excited to see Lars. He remembers him from being a waterman in junior guards. My daughter remembers him very well as a very convincing Trunchbull in Matilda, and Quaid was like, that is a guy who can replace me in the future. However, I will tell you that having been participating in as a viewer, in the last several years, there have been 4 students in ninth grade or below that have been on the Youth Commission, and only 25%, one of them, sought reappointment and was a contributing member. Because as you get older, I think you understand more about the municipal codes, and you are affecting really positive change. You can see that in the really effective commission last year with one of the students introducing geocaching to the Art Nights event, Chet Kinselberg, Quaid doing the Encinitas environmental stewardship, which led to a relationship and the TEDx Encinitas, and David Lachensky, who had introduced Techie Tutors, which is now a big part of the city. So I'm here to provide any additional support. Thank you very much, and I will tell you, Lars, Quaid has plans for you.
Quick question for you.
Yeah.
Your idea of subcommittees, or Quaid's idea of subcommittees, is there any reason that it would be mutually exclusive with having alternates?
I think the problem with having alternates is you create a synergy with the commission. And the situation with that is that they have met quorum in every single meeting. These students show up. And by having if you guys, for any commission, and had alternates, imagine what that does to the synergy of the students on the dais. It creates contention where there doesn't need to be any, and there are incredible volunteer opportunities. And I would say that the students that are rising as middle schooler and elementary schoolers have more opportunity to grow and lead in a subcommittee than they would on the dais as a part of the youth commission.
Okay. Thank you.
Does that's helpful?
That's
Okay.
exactly what I was looking for.
I will also say that my daughter is a rising 8th grader as well, and wanted to run, and I said no, because after being present in 3 years of youth commission meetings, I believe that the 9th to 12th grade age is a more appropriate age, and that there's incredible leadership development opportunities within the city. For example, the Youth Arts Committee that would be a great fit, that provide them a lot of initial entry into leadership that would serve them well if they volunteer. And I will say one final thing. This is important, you have a new member of the Youth Commission that applied 3 times to be a youth commissioner. He is president of ASB at his school. He is a CIF All-Star and has the record for high jump in the county of San Diego. And he will tell you that even though he applied 3 times, he is more qualified to serve now as a senior in high school than he was in the 9th grade.
Okay. Thank you.
I just had.
Next. Oh, did you have a question?
I just
for
had a
him?
question.
Yeah. Sorry, Carrie. One more.
Put your expertise to the work.
Yeah.
To test here a little bit. So first off, Quaid's amazing. I'm just going to leave it there. I feel like we kind of addressed that aspect of consistent participation that you kind of alluded to being an issue, and making sure you keep that by having the alternates. And this is a question as much as it is a statement.
Mm-hmm.
By having the alternates have the ability to participate in the meeting, just not vote, and still be accountable to the attendance requirements. So I get a little lost there, and so I'll start there. Go ahead.
What is the question?
So the question is, I feel like that your concern is the consistency, and I feel like when staff wrote this, they took that into account by doing that.
I feel like you could first. You have such an incredible Parks and Rec department. David Knopp, Manager Hamer are incredible, and I would not. Their counsel is to be listened to as well, but I do believe that in this particular circumstance, the age of the applicant is a little bit concerning. I think that they can develop as a leader on subcommittees, which means that they wouldn't have to be present in every meeting. And as it's written, I think the only way I would have them approach the dais is if they didn't meet quorum. Does that make sense? So if you did choose to have an alternate situation, we're going to appoint an alternate 1 or 2, which I think you would have to have a completely new call and have all new interviews to make it available to everyone. I think that if you were to do that, the only reason they should be on the dais and be a voting member is if they haven't met quorum. And they're invited to every single meeting. They're invited to be there with subcommittees. And I know Quaid is meeting with multiple people. Thank you, Jim, for including the youth commissioners in your meetings. Bruce has been, Mayor Ehlers has been wonderful in doing that as well. I know Joy has as well. So there's been incredible opportunities for engagement there. Thank you so much. I just feel like I would wait and watch this incredibly talented youth commission do their thing, because I think that by giving them a chance to bring in younger people, it will be more meaningful to everyone involved.
So
to answer your question, I think that it would be not good to have someone just jump on the dais if, for example, one student had AP exams in May, and then you'd have someone who has not been a part of the regular ad hoc committees and all the decisions voting on issues. Just like any committee, you wouldn't have someone be involved in that, because these students wouldn't be in ad hoc committees. They wouldn't be a part of that. So I feel like you need to give the Youth Commission an opportunity to hear what they have to say about this and let them lead and pulling new young people into leadership volunteer opportunities. I think you can count on them, as evidenced from their incredible track record.
Well, yeah, I think we all have the utmost faith in them. Actually, that's one reason we want to look at having the 2 extra seats there. And I guess diving into what you're saying, you would only want to bring the alternate up to the dais in a voting role if you couldn't get to a quorum.
Correct.
But you're not opposed to having them on the commission.
Correct.
Okay.
Not opposed to having them. I think they would be better served being on a subcommittee and just leaving the municipal code as it is. Yeah. But if you want to do that in service to the kids who applied, I think that, first of all, you would have to have an open opportunity for everyone to apply again, which it lengthens this process. And I think that
so I do want to get to the rest of
sorry.
public input.
Yes. So I
appreciate answering my questions.
You
great.
get my input. Yeah.
Yep.
I think that it's not a bad idea to have an alternate, but I think that they should be only called if they know that quorum will not otherwise be met.
So, and I really appreciate the amount of time you've spent. Yeah. You personally have spent watching the Youth Commission, and appreciate your eyes and ears there. But I do want to get to, unless you have more questions, I want to get to the rest of public
Thank you so much for your time and for encouraging my input. Thank you.
Ellen Burr, followed by Lars Williging.
Good evening. Aloha. Just underline everything that she just said and put an exclamation point next to it, because I'm coming from this from having observed a student board members on a in a superintendent position, and I really think they need to be in high school. There's just so much difference between elementary and middle school and high school, and that by the time they get to high school, they will be able to get some experience in their local student government, and just go with high schoolers. I'm sorry, and be careful about the alternate.
Okay, thank you. Was there a third? Oh, thank you. It's like juggling, you know.
Good evening, Council. My name is Lars, and thank you so much for considering adding 2 alternates to the Youth Commission. This change would expand opportunities for more youth to be involved and to help ensure that all 9 youth voices are consistently represented, even when members are absent. And I would also like to hear from the Youth Commission what they have to say about the alternates. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that does conclude public speakers.
Okay, and with that, I've got Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. I think what I'm hearing tonight, I like the direction we're going, and I appreciate Lars coming up here and expressing your concern to hear the rest of the Youth Commission. It seems to me that with alternates, we could actually enhance, in some cases, we could enhance the ability for continuation where, let's just say in this case, Lars is an alternate and he's sitting up here, somebody has to miss. It'd be hopeful that that alternate would be somebody that the person missing can express their point of view, get kind of some mentoring as he is showing desires to want to be up here. I realize that I don't have the 4,000 hours in viewing this, so I appreciate that. I'm not gonna say I could take it or leave it. I think it's beneficial for the young people that want to try to be a part of this, to get some mentorship and be a part of that attendance and see what it takes. And I think that the 3 out of the 4, younger than 9th graders that didn't make it through, I think they probably saw in their younger years, or had they been alternates, may have learned that along the path, and it may have been a way for them to work with older youth to learn. And so I want to open up the opportunity more and more as much as possible to get, and the fact is I do believe that they could be on subcommittees even as alternates. It's actually probably advantageous for them to be on youth or subcommittees, and probably an easy go-to on initiating subcommittees with the alternates already in place, so that we have a thriving moment. I just don't want to limit it to that. And so I think the alternate model, it doesn't minimize people from still showing up and continuing, but it does allow a direct course of action for the commission to say, hey, I'm going to be gone next week or next month, so hey, I'm going to call Lars or alternate 1 and say, hey, this is what I'm thinking, this is what I'm viewing, going back and forth. And now when that person is sitting up here making the decision or a vote, they've learned through the process, because it's not easy. It's not a one-way. We vote yes or no up here, but there's a lot more deliberation that happens, in our minds, our souls. With, as you guys can see, that the stuff being talked about tonight. It's not an easy process, and if young people want to get involved, I'd love to encourage that with an alternate space. Personally, I do appreciate your opinion on why an alternate may not suffice. I do think it has its place as we have a growing number of applicants. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you. Wow, Carrie, you are a powerhouse and very articulate. Thank you so much for coming and also sending in your comments in advance. I can see where Quaid gets it from now, so I'm happy to meet you. Thanks for coming forward. So I agree with Councilmember Schaefer that I don't see that the alternates and the subcommittee members are mutually exclusive. I like the idea of creating more opportunities in different ways for the youth. I think we've got youth that's interested. I like to see that we have the opportunity to expand the mentorship, and I think the alternates and the subcommittees are a great way to do that. I do, though, want to ask a question of staff. We don't have youth commissioners here tonight that I'm aware of. No, I don't see any. But can you give me some insight? They've talked about the subcommittees in their bylaws, so I understand that. That's moving forward, and that's getting further clarification and articulation. Have they covered this topic of alternates at any of their meetings yet?
No, they have not. They have not had any meetings yet. They have an orientation this month, August.
That's right.
And then their first meeting will be the first Wednesday of the month, September 3rd at 4:30. So that will be their first meeting, official meeting.
What I would like to suggest to my colleagues up here on the dais is, first of all, I'd like to say I'm supportive of this procedure to move forward with alternates, but I would like to also welcome the Youth Commission when they begin meeting and they start coalescing to feel free to feed back to us about how things are going through staff, maybe through you, and it could be just something that's documented in their meetings and on their agenda. but they will continue to have great ideas, and we would like them to know that the dialogue can be open with us here at City Council through the proper channels.
That
So I'll
sounds
just
excellent.
put that forward as, it may not need to be part of the official motion because it's not what we're here to decide right now, but I just want to encourage them if they have some ideas having to do with the structure, that they should articulate them and those should come forward. Thank you.
And I'll hop in here. I was thinking very much along the same lines. One of my notes says we should refer this to the Youth Commission. I would say we should refer it before we actually adopt it as an ordinance. So I'd like to get their feedback either through a joint meeting or through a, or just have them consider it either way, and then bring it back for adoption. The one thing I would want to know, I don't think that the subcommittees are mutually exclusive with the alternate. I think I would ask maybe more a historical question, and Kathy, you might be the one that would understand. We've had good attendance in the last few years. Has it always been that way?
As far as I can remember from when I started, but the membership has also changed quite significantly over the years. There was a year where it was 7 members, and then it was moved to up to 20 members, and then that was,
Unwieldy.
yes, it was not easy to handle. And then surprisingly, the more members, the harder it was to reach a quorum. Then it went back down to, I think at one point it was to 11, and then it went back down then to 9. So I'm not aware of any times, I think maybe rarely, there's been a case where they had to cancel the meeting due to quorum.
But how often do we have absences? And I think they're going to be occasional, maybe not in the last year or two. We have a very good group, or, yeah, I'm sorry, I'll turn.
Yeah, I'll speak in general and have to concur with Carrie Kelly that it's a very active youth commission. They take the current one and the one from the past year and year before. They're very committed to the schedule and to showing up, to their work plan activities, to their volunteering. Very occasionally, there might be a sports activity like they're at CIF, or it's that final or something that, isn't negotiable, and we understand. But so that happens here and there. But it is rare, and I'm happy to say they're very committed and great group of youth to work with for our community.
Okay, and so the next thing is, I think we should specify whether the alternates sit up on the dais or whether they are alternates and only come up to the dais. I think that should be clarified now. Do you have a recommendation?
My recommendation would be that the alternates stay in the audience and they only go on the dais when they are needed to fill a seat, if that's what the council prefers.
Yeah, and I think that's my preference too, and I don't know, we'll let others speak to that. So, with that, I'm going to make a motion, just to move us along at 8 o'clock. Move that we forward this to the Youth Commission for their comments, and then bring it back at a future date for adoption of the ordinance, and that we clarify that the alternates would be in the audience within the code, and that they only come up when they're voting, and also, I'd look for staff to recommend, and the Youth Commission recommend how we should proceed on subcommittee, and whether any municipal code is needed for that, or maybe we're fine without it. But I would want to make sure that whatever subcommittees they set up, they follow the same rules our bylaws follow, that they're time limited, and that they have goal statements that are adopted for the subcommittee, and then ultimately the subcommittee reports back into the commission. So that's my motion. And with that,
I'm up.
Councilmember O'Hara.
Okay, so first off, I want to thank Carrie Kelly, who was amazingly helpful and incredibly appreciated answers to those questions we asked. Does anybody remember Oliver Pratt? Anybody know who Oliver Pratt is? Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
Oliver Pratt is 10 years old, He stands at that dais, or that podium, and he is about this most steeled, poised speaker that comes up to that thing. So I'm going to graciously disagree with the people that say you have to be a certain age to be up there and to be effective. Oliver has sold golf balls and convinced this community that we need a park in a place we desperately do by standing at that podium and telling his story. So I really, I don't think that the age as much as the child does. And I look at the kid that I just love the heck out of, Quaid, I keep saying it, but and I look at something that Councilmember Schaefer said, you know, the opportunity to mentor, right? And I look at somebody like Lars, you know, he's out here, he's wanting to get involved. Obviously, he's going to have to apply like everybody else does, but he's wanting to get involved. And my gosh, he gets in there, and a kid like Quaid, who is just inclusive and loves everybody, takes him under his wing, helps him learn how to do this. And then someday Lars is where Quaid is now. And he's learned from Quaid all the things he can do in this city. I think, man, what an opportunity, right? What a great future I see right there. So I'm gonna make a counter motion, because I do believe part of this is written correctly. I do believe that whether they're on the dais or whether they're sitting in the audience, I think we need to make sure that these alternatives have the right to, as is written in this code here, or written in this ordinance, to participate in the meeting but not vote. Because it's boring sitting there. If you're a kid, you don't want to sit there and listen to policy and discussion without being part of it. They're there because they want to be part of it. And so we want to get them in part of it, even if they're not a voting member, but have the opportunity to do that. So I do think whether it's on the dais or they should be included in it, I do 100% support the idea of subcommittees. I think they'll come up with a lot of great ones. In fact, we're kind of doing a project together as part of their work plan to work with the Senior Commission, cross-generational age project that you'll actually be able to come here at council and see each week. So I think the subcommittee idea would be a great way to encourage more projects like that. So my countermeasure, or my counter motion rather, is to accept the agenda item as is, to move forward with it, and add subcommittees to it. Oh, no, the previous motion was to send it back to, and I think it's an incredibly inclusive group. So their opportunity to have more people, they're just going to welcome it. It's not even worth asking almost. Having spoke to enough of them at different places, at the barbecue last weekend, at several meetings. There's such an inclusive group of kids. I can't see them being like, no, we don't want more members. I would be shocked. Yeah. So rather than have to go to them, have people like Lars and kids who want to get involved have to wait even longer, let's just do this now.
So the motion, there's a motion and now a substitute motion.
Substitute motion, yes.
Yeah, the motion I made was to send it back so that they could incorporate subcommittees. So I did.
So I do include subcommittees. I just don't want to take the time to send it back. I want to do this. We should do this tonight, in my opinion.
So, well, neither has a second, so.
Not hearing a second on this most recent motion, I would like to take this opportunity to second your motion, okay. Mayor Ehlers. Giving it more consideration, I do think it would be great for this incoming commission. One of their first actions would be to consider this important next step for them.
Yeah, appreciate that.
So, point of clarification, so Mayor Ehlers, on your motion, are you making changes to code language that then is going, or do you want to send this as written as is to the Youth Commission?
Yes, I want to send what you presented up here, the modified code, to the Youth Commission for their commentary, and also to have staff and the Youth Commission consider how, if there are any necessary changes for subcommittees, and that I ask that subcommittees, if they do incorporate them through whatever mechanism, maybe even outside, that they are subject to the same purpose statement and limited duration like our bylaws currently limit ours.
Do you want to add subcommittees to the language now, or you want to wait?
I'm looking for their recommendation. I personally don't think they're mutually exclusive, and I don't think that the ordinance requires a definition of subcommittees there, yeah. But
I just want to be clear, because if they come back with changes, then you'll have to reintroduce with their proposed changes.
yeah, but I'm also looking for staff, if you think that it needs, subcommittees need to be in the municipal code, then I would look for either the clerk or Parks and Rec to make that recommendation when it came back. I'm not sending it away for a long time, just I think it's worth that extra round of review. There have been quite a lot of good edits, a lot of good comments tonight, and edits in the what was originally published. And I think we're getting to a very good, well-crafted, and I'd rather do it right the first time. So.
Does
So
staff have a preference? Do you want subcommittees included in the language?
I believe engaging the Youth Commission, as stated, is a huge benefit, and really allowing them to share their voice of what they believe would be the beneficial route, and getting their direct input versus us making that decision. I believe, as you've heard before, they're a very passionate, committed group, and I know they'll have opinions.
And that was precisely my intent of doing it that way, sending it back to the Youth Commission so they could weigh in. Obviously, staff will be there to help guide.
Yes.
So do we have, we have a motion and a second. We have an offered motion. Do we have a second on the substitute motion? And if we don't, then we'll go back. and
How
we'll
long will it take for it to go back to the Youth Commission?
When is the Youth Commission meeting?
September 3rd is the first official meeting, so just early next month.
And then when will it come back to us?
So let's see. Let me just look at the
I'll let Kathy respond to that, but that would be just as soon as possible, as soon as we could turn it around.
September.
So if it goes on the 3rd, then we could, if we get information that week, then we could get it on the agenda for September 17th. Depending on what happens, if it's just going forward as is, we can adopt the ordinance. If they have recommended changes, it's going to have to come back to the council to consider those, reintroduce, and then come back. It wouldn't come back until October.
So I guess I'm frustrated with council. If these were ideas we had, we should have expressed them to the clerk and staff prior to this, so we can get this thing going.
Deputy Mayor Lyons has requested to speak.
Yes, well, I'm really happy to receive public comment at our meetings here, and I always get well informed by what the public brings forward as far as their guidance and select, just how to look at it in terms of what is the public sentiment and how can that be, or not be in some cases, brought into our decision making. So it was persuasive tonight, and I appreciate you coming in and talking about what your thoughts are. So anything that really empowers our youth commission to take action and then bring it back to us and be the lead and taking that action, I think helps them to build leadership. So I think it hits on a couple different notes.
Okay, Councilmember O'Hara. You got okay. Anyone else? If not, we will call the question.
Honestly, it's. I think it is appropriate to hear from the commission themselves, since this is going to be affecting them, and this is a good chance for them to exercise exactly what we're talking about. I do not like the fact that it's delaying the situation by what looks like about a month at this point. Well, 2 months totally. Yeah, exactly. So now we're going to be sitting there delaying them for 2 months. So. I wish this is something that we maybe were able to hear prior to this, but I guess that is what it is, and public comment is, thank you.
To be clear, we're only delaying the alternates. The
Gotcha.
commission is still meeting.
I get that. I'll not second, I'll third your motion. So
Okay.
I'm along with you on this one.
Okay, any other, okay, we'll call the question.
So just for clarification, so it's to introduce the ordinance as written and presented, and then refer the proposed ordinance to the Youth Commission for their review and possible recommendation.
When you say introduce, I actually think, no, it was to refer it to
So you
Youth
don't want to
Commission.
introduce the ordinance?
No, I would not, because they could likely change it, and we'd have to reintroduce it then anyways. So
Okay, that was my question
I
earlier,
truly
to
want to get
clarify.
Youth Commission input on it. I think that it pertains to them. And then I also want to know whether the Youth Commission or staff think that the subcommittee needs to be incorporated in there.
Okay, so there is no introduction today.
Right.
Okay, so then that changes the timeline, I
Right.
just make sure.
So-
So if it goes to the commission on the 3rd, then we would bring it to council, hopefully by the 17th for introduction. Then it would not be adopted until October, we'd bring it October 8th
Yeah.
for adoption, and then at that time, we would advertise. So that's probably like
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Yep.
And then we'd come back to council in November for appointment.
And in the meantime, there's nothing precluding any prospective alternates from attending every youth commission between now and then. What's that, 2? So,
I would just say the public is welcome to
Oh,
all
the
the
public,
commission
yeah.
meetings.
yeah.
Oh, and then there is no October 8th meeting, sorry, that's canceled, so it would be October
Okay.
15th.
So we only, great.
So then the item before is just to refer to the Youth Commission for their review and recommendations, including inclusion of subcommittees, participation in subcommittees. Okay. Let's record that. And Mayor Ehlers?
Oh, sorry.
No problem. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, great. And with that, we'll move on to item 10C. And the question is, do we need a break? We've got 3 more items, but, so why don't we take if I said 10 minutes, it's going to end up being 15. So I'm going to say 15, but I really mean 15. So back here at, let's do 8:30. Okay, to some of you, it's 10.
Do you have a blue pen or a black pen? I'll grab.
You're welcome. When I get the signal. There we go. I can hear, you can tell when the microphone comes live that we're back on. So we're back in session here, and we're on to item 10C, which is consider local municipal code amendments which modify the 2025 California Building Standards Code related to building safety, fire prevention, energy efficiency, and green building in alignment with the city's climate action plan goals and targets. And the contact persons are Principal Planner Maynard, Sustainability Manager Najera, and Interim Fire Marshal, sorry, trying to give you a promotion, Villa Gomez.
Thank you for that introduction, Mayor, and I'll just share there's a couple other folks in attendance tonight. So Ryan Lampkin, he's our sustainability analyst, and Joe Romero, he's our building official, available for questions as well. And then we also have on the line Misty Bruceri and Neil DeSnow. They are with the statewide Reach Codes program, and they're providing complimentary consulting services for the drafting of the ordinance and are also available for technical questions if there are any. And so you just mentioned the recommended action, so I won't repeat that, and I'll just dive into the background. So staff is bringing this item to you because this is the season. This is every 3 years, the state updates its building code and then requires cities to locally adopt that code. And when we locally adopt it, we do have the option to adopt local amendments to that code, and as long as they are more stringent than the state code. Local amendments to the energy code and the green building code are commonly referred to as REACH codes. The other reason why we're bringing this to you tonight, as mentioned, is the city's climate action plan. The plan that was adopted in 2020 has 20 measures, and 8 of those involve the adoption of building REACH codes. Energy efficiency and green building REACH codes result in reduced greenhouse gas emissions in new and existing buildings. And REACH codes related to energy efficiency, I will mention, they do have to be cost effective in order to be adopted. And so extensive cost effectiveness studies are done for any proposed REACH codes to ensure that that is the case. This slide goes over several of the past ordinances that have been adopted over the years, back all the way to 2015, as it relates to, one, simply adopting the state code into our local municipal code, and then secondly, the various local amendments that we've made over the years. They relate to general building code, fire safety, energy efficiency, and green building are typically the types of codes that we've adopted over the years. I'm not going to dive in too much into the past codes. All of these ones are now expired. I just wanted to share the history of what has been done in the past. I will spend a little more time on this slide, which shows the current code amendments that we have in place now. All of these ordinances are in effect. The 2022-12 ordinance, that adopted the 2022 Building Code and Fire Code with the following amendments, including definitions for the application of fees. It added and clarified some other general definitions. It added additional fire prevention features and vegetation and fuel management requirements, and prohibits flammable gases and fluids. Ordinance number 2022-13 adopted the energy code, the state energy code, into our local code, and then also added the following REACH codes: expanding energy efficiency retrofit options for residential development, readopting non-residential and high-rise residential solar requirements, and then ordinance number 2022-14, that one adopted the state green building code and then readopted local amendments for non-residential energy efficiency requirements, gray water for new single family, and EV charging station requirements. The final ordinance, which has been adopted and is in effect, is 2024-04, and that added a high-performance energy efficiency requirement for single-family and low-rise multifamily homes. So this time around, this cycle, just before we were about to take this work effort to you, a state law was passed. This is Assembly Bill 130. It was introduced as AB 306, and during the time that it was AB 306, on April 16th, City Council did approve a letter opposing AB 306 and what it in effect does, and I'll get into that. It's now called AB 130. AB 306 was folded into AB 130. AB 130 is a significant change that limits the city's local control of building regulations. It was adopted on June 30th and signed into law by the governor. What it does is, with limited exceptions, AB 130 prevents the city from amending residential building codes between October 1st, 2025 and June 1st, 2031. The reason why staff is bringing this item to you tonight is the council has a very limited window to preserve any local code amendments that you would like to, and those would need to be adopted by ordinance prior to October 1st, 2025. So now I'll go over the existing local codes that are proposed for readoption. I'll start with the building and fire local code amendments. So as it relates to the building code, we currently have local amendments that define what a closet is, what an enclosed space is, and we have a clear definition of what a newly constructed building is. Our local amendments also clarify that the city can apply cost recovery building fees based on the application type. In the fire code amendments, there are requirements that state where fire protection systems are needed. There are safety requirements for mid-rise developments. There are restrictions on flammable and combustible gases and liquids. And then this last bullet, I will mention, this is one addition that we would actually like to make. Everything else we are proposing is just a readoption of what we already have. But it's a timely, this one's timely, and at this time we are recommending that additional requirements for residential home hardening be added to the code as well. This slide goes over the energy and green building reach codes. There's generally 4 categories. The first one relates to electric readiness, and this requirement would be in addition to the state requirements that already require electric readiness, of which there are many. We would recommend adding one that we already have in our code, which is for new single-family homes that have gas furnaces to designate and prepare a location to support a future replacement with an electric heat pump. As it relates to existing building energy efficiency, we have an existing REACH code that we'd like to carry forward that relates to single-family and multifamily additions and alterations of a certain valuation to install a minimum of at least one of 12 energy efficiency measures. And one example of that, and a table that's included in the code, is energy efficient windows. We currently have a code for gray water, which is being recommended for readoption. This one would be applicable to new single-family homes, and those homes would need to pre-plumb for gray water systems to support a future water-efficient landscaping system. Lastly, we have several codes for electric vehicle charging. Some of them are actually being what we call trumped by the state code. The state code is getting stronger as it relates to electric vehicle charging. There are a couple, though, that are still reached that we could introduce and adopt locally. One would be for new single-family homes with garages to be required to be electric vehicle ready. So that would mean there's a receptacle within the garage where a future homeowner could install their own EV charger. And then the last one is we have a current code that requires non-residential additions and alterations of a certain size to install EV charging stations. And what we're proposing here, what this asterisk means is, in practice, we've discovered that size of building, the 10,000 square foot threshold, has actually been problematic in practice. And we'd like to propose that we use evaluation criteria rather than size, and we're looking at suggesting a valuation of $500,000 or greater. Those projects would be required to install electric vehicle charging. So next steps, if council supports the recommendation, then staff would work to develop the ordinances very swiftly. We would develop 2 ordinances, one that would adopt the building and fire codes with readopting the existing building and fire code amendments with those minor modifications I mentioned, and then a second ordinance to readopt the existing REACH codes associated with the energy code and the green building standards, again with those that one minor amendment that I mentioned. And then after October 1st, what staff would do is continue to review forthcoming guidance from relevant state agencies regarding AB 130. We'd like to get better clarification on what the conditions and exceptions are in that code, and there could be a possibility where we could bring back local code amendments using those conditions. It's just not clear yet because the law is so new. What we'll also do is monitor the use of the conditions that are outlined in AB 130 by other jurisdictions and see what other agencies are doing as well. Lastly, I mentioned those cost effectiveness studies. So those are still being developed statewide. And once they're complete, then we may have an opportunity to bring back additional REACH codes. There are some REACH codes that we are not able to bring forward right now because those cost effectiveness studies have not been completed. There just wasn't enough time before October 1st. However, after October 1st, that may be a possibility if we're able to use those conditions, and staff would come back at that time if it's possible. So I'll leave you with the recommended action, and happy to answer any questions, and anyone else here can help out as well. Thank you.
Any questions?
Can you please, just for the audience, can you define what a REACH code really is, just so that everybody knows what a REACH code is?
Yeah, so it's kind of a common term that's used by practitioners. That is a local code amendment. It's just a fancy word for local code amendment.
Yeah, well, yesterday in our brief, you explained that there are codes already in place, and then we can't be looser than the state, but we can be more restrictive.
Yeah.
And if we want to be more restrictive than the state codes, then that's what that more restrictive is called REACH, and that's the REACH code.
Yeah, thanks for
Just
clarifying that.
For everybody's
Yeah.
clarification. As far as the fire restrictions, I saw on there, and I may not have been hearing this right, but is there anything in there for the lithium-ion battery fire issues that we've been having of more recent? I know that's been a spark, pun intended, I guess.
That is something we're looking at bringing amendments to the code to address. But the AB 130 thing is specifically supposedly at residential code.
Okay.
So that is something that we're looking into.
Well, I know that a lot of the homes now are putting in battery backups for power and whatnot. So, I mean, I know this because one of the players that I coach, his home burnt down specifically because of one of these. So I was just wondering if and I know that when that happened, it was explained that that's a more regular occurrence right now than what it was, obviously, without these batteries in our houses.
Yeah, there is an uptick in those kind of fires for garages and batteries. I don't know necessarily if it's with the Powerwall batteries, but just lithium-ion batteries in general.
In general, yeah.
Yeah, there are state requirements that have gotten stricter for those, including heat detectors and smoke detectors in the garage, and then protection devices that we're required to adopt. But there are other things we're looking at specifically for a lithium-ion battery.
Phenomenal. Thanks, Jordan. That's all I have.
See, I've got a question. Can you go back to the slide that had at the bottom it had the 2024 resolution? I think it had 4 resolutions on it. Yeah, that one. So we're talking about they expire every 3 years. And so is it all 4 of these or just the first 3 that we're readopting, so to speak?
So they expire when the building code needs to be readopted. When the state code is every 3 years, when the state code needs to be readopted by the city. So if you adopt an ordinance mid-cycle sometime within those 3 years, the ordinance doesn't have another 3 years. It's end date is the same end date as for when the next code cycle starts.
Okay, so all 4 of these will get readopted in this cycle before October 1st if we do it, and therefore doesn't have to meet the new criteria. Is that in essence what's going on?
So if you'd like to bring forward any of the REACH codes that are in these ordinances, they would have to be readopted at this time, or if it's possible, after October 1st.
And then for the 4th one here, the bottom one, I want to make sure everybody understands what it applies to and what it doesn't apply to. I actually voted no on this one because I was on council, and it does not apply to 4-story and higher. So the REACH codes are only applying to 3-story and below, single family, but all these tall buildings we're building that are beyond even our zoning get exempted from this, as they get rewarded for going to 4 stories. So just keep that in mind as we're having this discussion. So, and that was just a clarification I thought was worthy of making. Any other questions?
I just had one more clarifying. I just wanted to, because we talked about it, I know that I just wanted to state it. I don't know if I need your, I know that the 10,000 square feet was adjusted due to the Golf Mart over off of Santa Fe primarily because they were being, there was undue stress to their building requirements or their tenant improvements because of some of our REACH codes, correct? And I think staff did a good job in making sure we addressed those and made sure that we didn't let that go unnoticed and are adjusting it now for that purpose, and I appreciate it. So thank you.
Councilmember O'Hara? No, yeah, you withdrew. Okay.
Just a quick question.
Okay.
We go through this on schedule every 3 years? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, that's correct. And we have to do it early this year because of AB 130.
How far ahead do we start so we could avoid being tight on a schedule like this?
So the challenge is that the state code does not come out until early July. And so unfortunately, the clock can't start until the code is out. We can preempt with drafts, so we do the best we can with that, but unfortunately, the reality is that it's the timing of what we're given by the state is a very thin margin, and then AB 130 made it an even shorter window, which was, unprecedented, never happened before.
And then when was the climate action plan written and approved?
The latest climate action plan was adopted in 2020.
And then currently, I believe all council members, if I'm correct, are reviewing adjustments to a new one. Is that correct? We did two and ones and.
Yeah, so there is an update to the climate action plan in the works. A complete draft of that has been developed, and staff was directed by council to prepare a benefit cost analysis on that climate action plan, and that's what's in process right now.
Okay, but comments to build this were on the 2020, not current council's comments. That's what I'm hearing?
Correct, yeah, it's what's been adopted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, do we have public comments?
We do have 4. First is Patty Stottlemyre, followed by Judy Burline, Dan Hoovey, and then Christine Schindler.
Oh, thank you. Mayor, Council, I'm asking for you to ensure sustainable, efficient, and clean energy source for Encinitas, natural gas. Oh, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, natural gas explained, energy generation and space heating are the primary uses for natural gas in the United States. The bulk of natural gas used in the United States is for generating electricity. 40% for electric power. Oh, and a lot of natural gas is needed to power HARB. I guess that's why they have it in Alaska, because there's a big deposit there of natural gas. HARB, that can create the earthquakes and the hurricanes. So Real Clear Energy says solar and wind won't replace natural gas for decades. They will depend on it. Vulnerable, aging electric grid, how will demands of all electric affect that? Sustainable, clean public transportation uses compressed natural gas. So about these bills and amendments, I would really like to see the word require crossed out for all of these things, actually, especially readiness for changing over to all electric. And the next one, EMC 2312, if somebody wants to, have a permit for adding a bathroom, they would be required to do some of these things. And that would be pretty costly for a heat, changing over to electric heat pump water heater. And then electric vehicle charging. Thank you, Councilman Schaefer, for bringing up the fire hazard with the lithium ion batteries. So I would like to see required there crossed out too. Now, it did say that the city staff plan to recommend minor changes to the local code, reducing the burden on applicants. Oh, yes, please. So, thank you.
Judy Burline?
Hi, I'm Judy Burline. I support the staff recommendations. I support local control. As they mentioned, REACH codes decrease greenhouse gas emissions. Those are the things that are making fires worse and floods worse and heat waves worse. They're cost effective, but energy efficiency is about not wasting. We don't want to waste energy. We don't want to waste clean energy. We don't want to waste methane, which is sometimes called natural gas. I don't know how it got to be natural. And we don't want to waste people's money. So if we can use the least expensive sources of energy, which right now are solar and wind, people will have more money in their pockets. So I support their recommendation, and I understand, Mayor Ehlers, you voted against this before. I'd say let's not make the perfect the enemy of the good. Thank you.
Dan?
Okay, good evening. Thank you for the time, and I just want to let you know that I'm not here to promote a company that I've owned for years, but a process. But I am going to talk about a little bit experiences that I've had. My name is Dan Hume. I am the owner-operator of Hume & Company Termite here in North County. I've been in the pest control industry for nearly 35 years. As a termite company, one of our priorities has been to apply sustainable borate minerals, preservatives to wooden structures during construction. In North County, Hume Termite has completed hundreds of these types of treatments with unparalleled success. Hume Termite has never experienced a failure with wood-destroying organisms, meaning none of the borate-treated projects have required reactive ongoing pesticide use or structural fumigants. And for structural fumigants, worldwide, we consume 80% of structural fumigants between LA County and the Mexican border. So fluorofluoride is 4,800 times stronger as a greenhouse gas than car emissions. It stays in our atmosphere 38 years, and that's according to California Air Resource Board, CARB. So after, also, 4 of our borate-treated homes have survived wildfires, including Rancho Santa Fe single-family residence. Treated back in 2004, it survived the 2007 Witch Creek fire that Cliff Hunter was on site. And also more recently, a family home treated with borate minerals 20 years ago survived the Pacific Palisades fire. Each of these homes actually caught on fire and with the help of topically applied borates, reduced the flame spread and allowed first responders to suppress the fire and save family residents. California, Cal Green Codes and CEQA have been instrumental in setting the benchmark for sustainable construction, reducing resource consumption, improving indoor quality, environmental quality, and protecting our natural ecosystem. Today, I would like to highlight a practical amendment that would strengthen Cal Green's objectives, incorporating borate wood preservatives into the building code for all new wood frame construction. Borates are a naturally occurring mineral with no VOC content, providing decades of proven performance in preventing structural damage from termites, wood-boring beetles, decay fungi, and help harden structures against ongoing wildfire threat. When applied to framing during construction, borates provide long-term protection embedded within the structure, eliminating the need for many post-construction pesticide applicants. This directly advances the intent of Cal Green's CEQA sections on environmental quality and water protection by reducing chemical pesticide runoff into California waterways. It supports the California Global Warming Solution Act AB 32 by lowering the carbon footprint associated with repeated structural fumigants and chemical manufacturing. This adoption pathway is a simple one-time borate application that requires minimal additional labor or costs, integrates seemingly.
Dan, if you can finish up in 1 or 2 sentences.
Yeah, I would just like to say this is a low-cost, high-impact measure that aligns perfectly with California Green Building mandate. I urge the council to consider borate integration as a practical enhancement to our building codes.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to use a 1 minute here. Christine Schindler, East Encinitas. I just want to recognize staff for a very good report and for the work that they've been doing for years. Encinitas has been known for being environmentally leaning in, and I hope that we'll continue that. And getting ahead and moving this process forward even more, I think is very important. So I hope you will go with the staff recommendation. Thank you.
And that concludes comments.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you for the really good report here. I really love the focus on continuing to support the local codes that we have supported in the past that enhance building safety, fire prevention, energy efficiency, and green building regulation. I think that's exactly who Encinitas is and exactly what our people in our community would like us to promote. I was very curious about Mr. Hume's presentation on the borates, something I know nothing about, but I just wanted to ask staff, is that something you're familiar with? You may not have been prepared to present on that tonight, but is it something you're familiar with?
I have heard of it before, but I would need to look into it more, and it's something we could certainly look into for a possible REACH code after October 1st, but with the limited time we have right now, we wouldn't have time to do the research to determine, and I don't know if someone from Jordan, if from fire.
And from a fire standpoint, the minimum requirements of with the new codes coming in, the CWUI code, which is specific for wildfire construction, is very meticulously looked through and validated. There's a lot of testing processes that are involved with allowing certain products in those areas because of the sensitive nature. So if that was going to be some kind of a future option, it would have to go through the proper testing procedures like UL and ASTM and stuff like that.
And so the UL and ASTM, maybe I could just get you're aware of that.
Yeah. And actually, Dan, could you come up to the microphone? We need to get you on tape.
Yeah. So borates have been used as borate bombers to fight wildfires for decades.
If you can get on the microphone.
So borates are nothing new. They were first introduced as a wood preservative in 1952 by a gentleman by the name of Dr. Ambergy.
Yes.
So there's many, many tests and data It's just a matter of,
Sounds like we are familiar with it, and thank you for that clarification. Okay, and Chief Gordon, did you have something to add?
Yeah, there's lots of different types of borates. Some are used for retardants. One of the main chemicals or parts of a borate is oxygen, which is an oxidizing agent, which actually can increase fire. So there are borates that are used for fire retardants. It's just finding the right borate, which could be what you're using, and it could be used in the future, but without the research and what Crystal was talking about is kind of finding what those that balance is and where the parallels are. We would just have to do the research and have that time.
Something to pay attention to and keep an eye on as those testing agencies who we learn from go through the process of developing standards for that. So thank you. Before I stand down here, I do want to move to approve the recommended action.
Okay, and then I'm going next. On this, actually, Chief Gordon, if you could come back up again. Don't get too far away. So at the last wildfire, what do we call that, event at the Liebenheim Town Council, human company Dan actually had a booth, and he was demonstrating a treated piece of raw lumber versus a non with a blowtorch, and it just wouldn't sustain fire. So, and he does have, by the way, Dan has treated my house many years in the past, and I have not had termites exactly. So the reason I actually reached out to Dan and had him come in tonight is these are reach codes, right? And these are opportunities that could do two things with one treatment. It could prevent or preclude the need for Vicane treatments. And I think if you read the publications out there, the state legislature is looking at banning Vicane and the tinting treatment for getting rid of it. And probably rightly so. I don't know about 250 times the much worse greenhouse gas, but I'm sure it's not good for the environment at all. And so if we lose that, then we're going to have a bunch of buildings out there that were built with lumber that could get infested and do get infested. And it seems like in my case, since I've had my house 32 years and I've tented 2 times so far, it's about every 10 to a dozen years. We're in a fairly hot termite zone, as any pest control company would tell you. So it would solve that problem. And if it's got a byproduct whereby, and one of the things Dan left out of his explanation, because he only had 3 minutes, was the house in the Palisades that you treated 20 years ago. The other 6 houses or 5 houses on the cul-de-sac all burned to the ground. The house in the Witch Creek fire, the other houses all burned to the ground. So he's been doing controlled experiments. So all I'm asking is that this should be a consideration for a future REACH code. It would have been ideal if we could get it in now. Now, the one question I would ask of staff is, I believe home hardening is a little asterisk on this October 1st date, and then we can actually bring something that would home harden in afterwards, and we would have can you confirm that?
Yeah, that's correct. I think you're referring to the AB 130 conditions where we can actually do REACH codes beyond October 1st, and home hardening is one of those exceptions.
So this could have that, and Dan has shared a bunch of technical papers with me. I'm happy to share them with staff, including the fire department. But I think this is an opportunity for a win-win, environmental win and a fire win, and it gets us on a path ahead of what's probably going to come down in the next few years from the state outlawing the chemicals used in tenting currently. And we need some way of killing termites, otherwise we're going to have sawdust for houses. So that's my speaking on that. I would encourage Dan to leave your contact info with staff. What was the on the question about back to the 4-story issue. Is it possible to, and I know there was a determination that somehow it was, too costly to do it on a 4-story building? I still do not agree with that. What would it take to reverse that and make it so that this energy efficiency requirement applied to 4-story and greater? Because quite frankly, that's where the vast majority of our inventory is coming from in the next few years. And it seems like we're basically saying, hey, you can put gas in that 4-story building, but 3-story buildings, no, the energy efficiency has to keep it electric. It just seems crazy. And I'm trying to bring some common sense to government.
Yeah, so the cost effectiveness study, like we had brought up earlier, that's done by the statewide Reach Codes team, it was found that for, and I'm not exactly sure why, but in the energy code, it splits up the low-rise buildings and the high-rise. And when they did the energy modeling, they found that the high-rise wasn't cost-effective. It's important to note that that was under the 2022 energy code, so it is possible that, I think we kind of touched on this, but we're not carrying forward that ordinance at this time because the cost effectiveness study is not yet ready. So that could show that high-rise multifamily could potentially, it could be cost effective and we could capture those as well with this requirement, but we don't know until those studies are released.
So you're saying that line item will not move forward?
Not at this time, yes.
Oh, okay. I did not understand that, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And then I'll yield to Councilmember O'Hara.
Sure. One more thing on that. I wish there'd been something in our briefing packet about that. I don't find anything in mine. I didn't find a note on it. So I wish we'd had something about that last point that isn't going to go forward yet in here. If it was on the slide we're watching, it would have been a little helpful. AB 130 is scary. It's reason to vote for different people next time around, as it takes away all of our local zoning rights, and it may even make this, what we're doing here, all a moot point. But I think we should go through it anyways. I think we should go down the minor changes discussion, and I'd like to look at number 5, electrical vehicle charging. And I know it breaks it down further to CET4, CET5, and the challenges that go with that. And I think one of the residents said it best, where I'm really, I'd love to see the word require removed from this. The good of EV charging stations obviously moves our climate action goals and our environmentalism forward. It's fantastic in that regard. It improves equity for some renters who are, even though it does improve equity, it actually doesn't, because in the end the renters pay what the builders pay, that the builders have to put in, and we require them to put in, but we can get into that a different way. But the bad, adding EV charging stations creates a lot of issues. It's going to raise housing prices, which we already have as a problem. It creates equity issues as far as parking goes. When you go shopping or when you're in a place where you live and parking runs out and you don't have access to that. The increased risk of electrocution and fire agent as on what will eventually become outdated equipment that we're requiring people to put in. Anybody here use the same phone charger they used 5 years ago? Probably not. One person in the back. To force something on people that's probably not even going to be the same in 5 years that's a big ask for me. Maintenance of these stations, especially in our population that we keep talking about as a state, and 130 is supposed to be part of the addressing, creating a more affordable state for people to live in and taking care of our underserved. These things aren't going to be cheap to maintain, and they're going to be dangerous if we don't, causing fire hazards and issues. As they become obsolete, it's going to be a bigger problem. When it comes to specifically commercial spaces, requiring it is completely against good business. And good business says that when customers come, they'll create the demand. When they start to come and they need electric chargers, they won't go to your store, they'll go to a different store and you'll have to get that electric charger and it'll take care of it. That's the way the market works. We can't force it on the market. And what happens is the exact situation which was already mentioned up here, which was Golf Mart. Golf Mart didn't move in for 6 months because they had to have an EV charger. The EV charger, they passed it to the property owner. The property owner passed it back to them, and they didn't move in. And meanwhile, you have Vons and the bank and the taco shop all suffering because this anchor store in this massive location in Encinitas is empty. because we required a municipal code instead of letting the customers and the businesses work it out the way it's supposed to work out. So with CET4, CET5, in regards to item 5 on the recommended action, I would really like to take out the language of requiring. I wish we had more time. That's why I asked about the 3 years. I'd really like to have it be incentivized. I think if we incentivize people, it'd be a really good way to do this. That would work towards this idea of the market moving itself forward, and encourage it to move forward quickly rather than people waiting too long. So I'm going to look to make that adjustment. I hope my council members will go with me on that. I'm a little concerned about I'm torn on the gray water systems, and people, I don't know how familiar people are with gray water systems, but they're remarkable for water conservation. They do, I think someone touched on it, their environmental leadership, it's a great example of that, and it is where our city goes to. And I love the opportunity to be an environmental leader. It does provide future savings. The problem is, once again, those future savings come at raising housing prices now and increasing the construction cost. It doesn't matter if you're building luxury homes or affordable homes. The builder doesn't pay for it. The buyer does. And then the renter does from the buyer in that case. So the cost of housing goes up no matter what. That creates an equity issue in a lot of ways. Disproportionately impacts lower income buyers and smaller businesses. It is a great local control. So the benefit of that is, we tailor our gray water requirements to regional water needs, which is a fantastic idea. And I hope we're working towards that no matter what we decide on this. We also create inconsistency with our neighboring cities, though, and that's the challenge of anything we want to do regionally with these water boards, which we all work on. So I'm torn on that one, but I love the idea of gray water. This is where I asked that question. And we know this is every 3 years. I wish instead of waiting to see what the state does, we looked at this and said, what are we going to do as Encinitas? What do our residents need? And then when that list comes out, match it up, off and running. So I feel like we're basing this on an outdated policy, on some really questionable things that are on that policy that really don't do what they were originally designed to do, whether that was on accident or they knew about it or whatever the deal was. They don't accomplish the goal because they set so many other goals we have in this city to create affordability, to deal with the housing challenges. They set those back. So I guess I'm going to yield the floor there for the moment, but I'm going to stick to that. Number 5, I'd really like to see adjust and take away that word require. Again, if we have more time, I'd love to see incentivize. It doesn't sound like we have enough time to come up with incentives, though. I feel like it's a missed opportunity for us. So that's where I'm at, though, with that.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yeah, a lot to reflect on. So I'll try to do it in a concise way. I just want to remind folks that I do have a motion on the floor, and if there's a second, that would be welcome. And it is to move forward with staff's recommended action. But I also know that staff's recommended action is not everything yet. There is more that we can do, and there's more we're planning on doing. So even though I'll go to Judy's comment, it's good. It's not everything yet, but we're doing what we can within the time frame we have to do it. So I still am in strong support of us moving forward with these measures that we have articulated, but also the ones that it's important to demonstrate cost effectiveness have been able to demonstrate cost effectiveness. So my understanding of cost effectiveness, maybe Crystal, you could help let me know if this is correct, is that they look at what's the cost of installing it, and is there a reasonable return over a reasonable amount of time to the homeowner from that? Could you maybe shed a little more light on that? Because I think cost has come up as an issue.
Yeah, that's generally correct. So for the energy efficiency requirements, they do have to be cost effective. And so they look at the total cost over 20 years. So it includes the construction cost as well as the implementation cost, whether that be energy savings over something that would have alternatively been been installed and used.
I think that's a good benefit to our community. I appreciate that that's a requirement. I mean, that's something that is outside of our decision-making, but yet it was a requirement, and we're happy to make sure that we're putting things forward that do demonstrate cost effectiveness. I think that I think the example of Golf Mart, I understand that our staff worked with Scott, and I know you mentioned this. This is off this topic, but I did want to say that I don't think it was because of the EV that it took a little while. But that our city staff did work with the business to help facilitate them getting in, and I've appreciated your summary on that. And I know there are some things, and I'll agree with Councilmember O'Hara on the item on gray water. And I've in the past, I've heard that there's a little bit of pushback on that. But I do know that we're really interested in water conservation. And when I think about the bigger picture, that gray water is a resource. We've already paid for it, and it comes into our house, and then it becomes gray water. And for those families that want to save money and save resources and reuse it on their plants, it's just a good way to go forward. So I've kind of gone back and forth on that, but I do think it's a benefit to the community that we are requiring that we pre-plumb for the gray water. So I just wanted to hit on a few things that I had some additional thoughts on.
Okay, my turn. So question, if we don't adopt this tonight, what happens? Does on October 1st, do the REACH codes cease to exist?
So if you don't recommend that we move forward with the REACH codes, then by law, we're required to move forward with adopting the state code. So we would, at a minimum, we would have to do that. And then, I don't know if does fire or building want to opine on any of your codes?
As far as we know, from our understanding of AB 130, that it just means that most of the things aimed at residential things will just not be able to be changed for that timeline that she showed, which I think is 6 years.
Yeah, but does the previously adopted REACH codes, do they continue, or do they?
I would
Since they
defer
have
to
not
the
been
city attorney
readopted?
on that. I'm not sure.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The newly adopted state bill is a little unclear on that. That is, if we don't adopt new REACH codes prior to October 1st, but we don't repeal our existing REACH codes, would our existing REACH codes continue on? The state law is not entirely clear on that. I certainly think there is an argument to be made to that effect, but it is not clear.
okay. And so, same question, and I think I'm going to get the same answer, but I'm going to ask it just the same. If we do adopt it, and 3 years from now, we're being precluded from making changes for 6 years, and so we're going to be in that same situation in 3 years, right? In other words, we don't know whether they will we not be able to readopt them in 3 years?
Absent a change in state law, that would be correct. We would not be able to readopt them.
So the state moves in strange ways. So I think I don't know. I'm not ready to move forward on this. I swear I'd just as soon table this for until sometime in early September. I understand, but I don't think we know enough. I think I'd like a lot more clarity on this to really understand what the state law really means, and that may take the state a little bit, or us a little bit, to research what the state's doing more. But I suspect it takes the state to do more. I'm not comfortable moving forward. There's too much unknown here, and I feel like I'm hurrying against a very rapid changing state landscape. And I'd rather get it right and really understand what options we have. And in the meantime, I'd also like to move forward and looking at, not necessarily for October 1st, at things like the borate treatment. I'd like to see conduit as an option in lieu of putting in a certain gauge wire, because as somebody pointed out, you never know what charger you're going to need or what gauge you're going to need. Conduit is where the rest of the nation is. They put conduit in and you can rewire pretty easily. California doesn't do that as much, but I think I'll make a substitute motion to table this and if we could do date certain, that'd be ideal. But I think we need more information. I don't feel good going forward, but
Mr. Mayor, can I amend my previous comment? Sure. So you had asked the question if we would be prohibited in 3 years under the existing law from readopting the REACH codes. That is not entirely clear. I believe the way the law is currently drafted, as long as we made those changes prior to October 1st of this year, we should be able to keep those changes in effect. That is, at the next triennial adoption, we could potentially remake those changes. That'd be the next
So
3
it's
years.
also unclear. And
Correct.
just for clarity and timing, AB 130 was signed by Governor Newsom during break, right? Just in the last
June 1.
30
Correct.
days?
It came down very recently.
Yeah, so it's a very, very recent law. So I'm more comfortable giving another 30 days. I know that makes it hard, but there's not enough clarity here for me. So I think, did I get a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay.
Well, perfect.
So-
I agree with what you're saying, Mayor, and I do appreciate what Councilmember O'Hara was saying as far as what I think Mrs. Stottlemyre nailed it on the head right there, that we're looking at again a changing landscape. She quoted those numbers at 40% of electricity is coming from natural gas. It's just in a state, and I'm sure people living here remember a time when we had rolling blackouts and stuff of that nature, and now here we are, not even a decade later, just going full into electric as if it's the end all be all, and we do not have the solutions on that yet. I know it's a evolving industry, but to make those confident decisions on a changing landscape and a changing state government that continues to move the ball on us, I'm not comfortable, but I would appreciate another 30 days to review this.
So, just to be clear, and I hate to interrupt your motion, but if you want to move this another 30 days, we won't be meeting the October 1st deadline, and we'll automatically be in that 6-year phase of the state law. That doesn't mean that we can't make adjustments during that period, but if we do make adjustments, they have to be within the exceptions that the state law allows. One of the exceptions that has to be consistent with the general plan. Some of the other exceptions have to do with fire, hardening, and some other miscellaneous things. There's 4 in total. We think that there might be some movement that we can do in those areas because we have some general plan policies that will assist us in that, but we're not for sure with the state law because state laws tend to be interpreted over time and change, and different things occur with state law that might affect our ability to do that. Right now, we're requesting to just adopt our existing REACH codes. Nothing really more. In fact, there's a few less. There's some minor tweaks with that, with the EV charging, like we did with Golf Mart, but besides that, not really much more. I just want to make sure that I clarify that that's where we're going to be. So returning in a month isn't going to do anything. We can, possibly, but we probably wouldn't have anything for you other than what we have right now. Basically, it would probably be better for us to come back, look at what we're at, wait for state law to kind of flush itself out, listen to our professionals that are actually online right now that can tell us what we're doing, and then kind of move forward that way.
So, Councilmember Schaefer?
I mean, I can move forward tonight with removing some of the requirements of some of our REACH laws. I'd like Councilmember O'Hara mentioned, but and I think the gray water is a good direction. I think it's a good step and a way to go. But then again, we're sitting here combating, elevating. Actually, I had a question for Crystal. What's the number of quote cost effective? What does that translate to per month to renters or to owners? What do they require?
It depends on the measure or what you're requiring. So it's the cost effectiveness study is individualized for that particular requirement that you're assessing. But it's really just looked at as an equation ratio. So if the cost is X and the savings is X minus 1, then it's.
No, I get that, but you look at what affordable housing equates to in our city, and a lot of people wouldn't think that's affordable. So my point is, I just want to know what for example, if anybody has one up here, for example, what that translates to dollars per month to the person at the end.
I don't have off the top of my head dollars per month because like Crystal said, it's different for every measure, but all of them, it is, for it to be determined cost effective, it has to have savings over time. So if it doesn't have savings, it's not cost effective.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. So the initial cost might be a bump, but.
Right. Over the life of the equipment, if it sees savings, then it's determined cost.
Yeah, I get that it's savings over time, but you're seeing that the upfront cost to the person jumping into that.
Yeah, and
that new home that has all these things, it's
Right.
not really savings when it only cost me $6,000 more when it could have cost me none of that because I didn't want any of those in my house in the first place.
That's
you see what I'm
true.
getting at?
Yeah,
If we didn't want that in our house and there was an option to not have that in our affordable house, maybe that's I think that's what Councilmember O'Hare is trying to say, that we're trying to serve too many bosses here, all at the same time, all calling it climate action, affordable. We can't have it all. So we have to start making adjustments on what it is that we're actually going to be able to accomplish throughout our entire application of running our city the way that it is actually cost effective to the end user that is having a hard time finding a place to live in this town. All the while, it's a cost savings over time, but 20 years is a long time for a new family moving in. It just doesn't necessarily match up to what we all might feel that. So I guess I might be comfortable going forward tonight on some of the restrictions if we were to go through and kind of line out some of the things. But outside of that, if Scott, you think that it's, I guess, what would your recommendation be if we don't go forward tonight? You kind of already mentioned it. You think that we'd be sitting ducks for a worsening scenario than had we gone forward with this tonight?
I could clarify a little bit more. I'm not sure if that we'd be in a absolutely worse situation than we would be. We just don't trust the state, to be honest with you, enough.
Yeah.
And I'll be quite clear, to be enough to know that what they're requiring us right now will give us any ability to make changes in the future for the next 6 years. And our goal was just to preserve what we had.
Yeah.
That was really our primary goal. With that in mind, the state does give us exceptions. And a lot of the exceptions seem to be in a place where we could take advantage of them and make changes in the normal 3-year cycle.
Yeah.
And it could be very possible that we could go through that we're wasting our time right now going through this, but we just wanted to be more conservative. This team is put together, they've looked at all the issues, and we just want to be more conservative for the council and give the council an option to make the choice to preserve these. And we could come back and change them, what we preserve now, at a later time as well, if they're within those exceptions. So
yeah, and that's
it's
why
always change.
That's why I identified what a reach code was, because a reach code was our tightening, our going further than what the state requires. Right?
Absolutely.
So we want to establish that we want to do more than what the state's going to require. I don't know if that's necessarily the requirement for us right here, right now. The state seems to be tightening, I'm not going to call it the noose, but the noose at this point. They're tightening the nuts and bolts around us pretty continuously. So I don't really see us needing to tighten down more right now out of, I guess, really out of a sped up timeline because of a bill dropping midsummer, and now we're in a rush to October 1. So I don't know if us speeding up to try to get what we wanted to tighten down above what the state's requiring is really advantageous at this point.
Right, and
I
again,
appreciate
it really comes down to just what we have now.
Gotcha.
And if the council is not supportive of what we have right now, or only various portions of that, then that's an option that the council can take. We just wanted to make sure that the council had as much options as possible And that's why we're bringing this forward of an ordinance before we go down the route of creating ordinances and putting a lot of effort into these things and putting it in front of the council at that time. So this is really just, hey, what would you like us to do here? We got the state issuing us a state requirement that might limit us in the future. Here you go.
Awesome. Thanks, Scott.
And I just want to clarify timing. I had a quick discussion with this city manager. What if we brought it back by August 27th? We could do a special meeting if we had to earlier, if we didn't have enough time on the agenda. And then you could still have 2 meetings in September for first and second reading. Does that alleviate any of the timing concern, or is that still impossible? There's just not enough time. And we all know this is a very crammed schedule because the state dropped it on us during the middle of break, right? And this is ridiculous.
We would need direction on what to bring back, because right now we have the ability to bring to you what we've already adopted. That's easy. That's copy and paste.
Yeah.
But if it's something new and different, we need direction on what you want to bring back, and it has to be something we can do within that amount of time. Is a very small window.
Yep.
So,
So,
yeah.
So I just wanted to highlight that timing. I'll let Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Lyons go, then I'll go after that.
Yeah, I'll follow up on that. What I don't want to happen is that this time constraint end up making us weaker. What you've brought forward are existing codes that we have, and that seems like that's the lowest hanging fruit to move forward, and that's pretty much captures what's here. I don't want us, when I say I don't want us to be weaker, our citizens have come forward to support these ordinances and these policies over time. And for us not to be able to move them forward through this process, I think there would be a lot of concern across the community, people who support these ordinances. Crystal, am I understanding it incorrectly?
Well, they are in alignment with the current climate action plan, so that is the case. Yeah.
So I'm just remembering, a lot of when we have specific things on our agenda, the public will come forward and they'll say, yeah, we really support that. And some people say, no, we don't. And so we have this really dynamic dialogue, and then things move forward or they don't. But that's already happened.
Right.
These are existing. So that's already happened. I doubt anyone knows they're at risk tonight.
Right. Yeah.
They are at risk tonight.
I will agree with you that in past times when we brought these to council, the overwhelming majority of public comments were in support.
And so that's why I don't mind taking as much time as it takes tonight to ask the questions we have and to rely on your expertise. And I forgot you have someone on the phone. Perhaps there's some expertise that could be accessed there, because now's the time. And this is only the first lowest hanging fruit. We can give more time and consideration to other things. But these have been vetted through the public, and I have to say, based on this public notice, I doubt that anybody knows these are at risk of not moving forward tonight. Mm-hmm. And I think there would be a lot of concern if they don't. So does your specialist on the phone, are they a subject matter specialist that would help us with any more detail?
Yeah, so they are technical experts on the development of energy efficiency and green building reach codes, and they have some knowledge about AB 130. Although they are not lawyers, but they have been researching the new bill and what its implications are. So if you have specific questions related to those aspects, then they could help answer.
Then I would like to ask them to shed a little bit more light on the AB 130, what they know there. I don't have technical questions about aspects. I went through it really carefully with you already. So, but there may be some on the dais who do.
Okay. So if Misty or Neil, if you wouldn't mind just elaborating on your understanding of AB 130 and the city's, maybe specifically the city's options right now and potential options with the conditions after October 1st.
Sure. Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Misty Bruceri, and I represent the statewide Reach Codes program. And I do have to reiterate that I am not a lawyer, and nothing I say is anything can be, please don't construe it as legal advice. My understanding aligns with Scott's understanding of the ordinance. It would effectively limit local control or limit local amendments for the next approximately 6 years until June 1, 2031. And there is a provision in the ordinance that says if there's a ordinance that's effective by 9/30, that can continue forward. That's one of the exceptions, and I think that's what staff is looking at right now to try to meet that exception. There is another exception, which Scott mentioned, that it references the general plan. However, the language in that exception is somewhat vague and can be interpreted in a few different ways. And so there is a lot of uncertainty about how that will apply to individual jurisdictions.
Could I just then ask for clarification on one of the statements you made? You said there's the 9/30, and I think you meant, I think I am understanding that as September 30th, you were saying there's the exemption?
Yes. And yes, September is what I meant.
September 30th, okay. Are you saying then that any of the codes we currently have in place, there's an exemption for them to move forward without us taking this action tonight?
No. There's an exception that would allow you to readopt them going forward.
Oh.
If they are, yes. That's what the staff is looking at now, is to make sure that these are all ready to go. Well, actually, that's a different exception. I apologize. I misspoke about that. There is that exemption. There is also another exception, but the language in that one is very unclear.
I know this is the way it is with state law. When they first get approved, more often than not, the state doesn't really know how to administer them yet, and it takes a while. So I am confident that the state will give us some guidance over time, and we'll benefit from that guidance. I'm seeing more and more that it may be prudent for us to reconsider moving forward with this tonight, and then look at where we go in the future beyond this with a lot more time and information from the state. But I wouldn't want to risk our current standing with these codes.
You yield at that point? Okay. I'm up next. So why do they have the 3-year cycle with the REACH codes? Why do they have to come back every 3 years? This seems like we've got, I would assume it's so they can be tweaked and updated, but is there another reason why? Do we know? And this can go to the experts too.
Yeah, maybe I will punt that to Misty or Neil, if you wouldn't mind. I could probably explain, but you probably know exactly why. So.
Sure. The state code, the state building code, is updated every 3 years as well. And when you amend the state code, it has to be associated with the current code. And so when the state code changes, you have to then re-adopt your amendment for the new code.
Okay. But the building code, the state building code, that it gets up. It doesn't. If it doesn't get changed, it doesn't get dropped. And in other words, we don't have to re-adopt state code every 3 years, do we? We do.
We do, actually.
You do not. Yeah, you don't have to, but it will become. It will become by default the law in Encinitas anyway.
Oh, okay. And this gets back to my
typically adopted every 3 years.
It gets back to my question about what happens in 3 years. You know, the very same problem we're facing now immediately is going to repeat with no option to readopt in 3 years. And so, and we don't know. Admittedly, we don't know the answer here tonight, and that's one of the clarifications I'd like to know is what is the legislative intent by the state? Do you intend for the REACH codes, the better codes that are codes that go further than your environmental codes? Do you want them to expire in 3 years? I find it highly ironic that the state is put this plan in place, adopted AB 130, granted quickly and at the last minute. It's ironic that it could have the effect of, irregardless of what we do tonight, in 3 years, cutting off the REACH codes. So, it doesn't make sense. I did want to clarify, my understanding of Golf Mart was it was the EV station, and it was really working between the landowner and the leasee, Golf Mart, and where they were putting it, and it was an interaction between, it had to go on the outside, back of the building, which was too far for handicap access at an EV station. So there was more going on there. I think we got off on a tangent there. It's really not germane to what we're talking about tonight, per se.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
if I could be heard briefly on your previous point.
Yeah.
I think a strong argument exists that if the REACH codes are adopted prior to October 1st, they would be in effect, and then you readopted them at the next triennial extension in 3 years. There's an argument that they would remain in effect if they were properly readopted, if they'd been in effect prior to October 1st of this year. It's not crystal clear under state law, but that is certainly a strong argument to make.
So the claim would be, we're not modifying our code because the code was in effect before, we adopted it before October 1st of this year, therefore we should be able to adopt it October 1st of 2028, and we're technically not changing our code. Is that your
Correct.
argument?
The only thing we're doing is keeping the same REACH codes.
Okay, that makes sense. The heartburn I'm having is they're expecting any modification we might want to make in a REACH code this year. They boxed us in with this October 1st date and waiting till, June, July to adopt AB 130.
Correct. It's a very tight time frame.
Yeah. So, I still would like to have that clarification from the state. I feel like I'm rushing to do something, and I'm not quite sure what I'm rushing to do, and I'm not quite sure what the state's decision is. So, and having a couple more weeks to have staff press the state is what I'm looking to do, and then we see what we can do to get it adopted and before October 1st. But and I think I made a motion. Did I get a second?
You did.
I did, yeah. So I think it wasn't up on the board. So, but I'll yield now, and Councilmember O'Hara.
So,
oh, it is there. I was looking here.
AB 130, as I understand it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on the phone, it ministerially approves bonus density and overrides your general plan and your codes. I think that's almost literally exactly what it says. We're going through this exercise, but I come back to, I think you mentioned it on the 27th. I'd love to see these come back on the 27th. I'm looking on this list of people who are touching this ordinance, or this code in front of us, this amendments to these codes in front of us. I see there's at least 8 staff members, and we're really not asking to get rid of this or to overhaul it. We're asking to make adjustments that seem a little more appropriate. It seems like with essentially 2 weeks, in 8 staff members, we should be able to make some adjustments that align more with current council than a outdated 2020 cap that, well, it was vetted 5 years ago. And nobody had a crystal ball then or now. There was something thrown around here about cost effectiveness, and cost effectiveness is great in a bubble when you're talking about one item, and it only applies to that one item, but you start to accumulate those things, those items, and they start to get really expensive. And I come back to these accumulated costs that we're looking at here that essentially are people who are trying to get homes, trying to become, whether it's buying or renting, they're going to have to pay these costs. So it doesn't apply to the builders in the end. It doesn't apply to the people, most people purchasing these homes who are going to rent them out. It applies to our low-income earners. Because just like any business, when you buy something, when the price goes up, you don't pay it, your customer does. So I just have a hard time. It makes me feel like we're talking out of both sides of our mouth up here when we do that. I would say part of what I'd like to see come back on the 27th is what I feel is missing information on here, which is reference to the state codes. We don't actually know what we're comparing them to and what the alternative would be if we said no. We don't really have a clear definition of that. A couple of these have some explanation, but most of them don't. I don't have the current codes that we're comparing it to, or which would be our fallback codes, as I'm hearing there's a possibility on here. So because of that, we don't really know what's at risk, right? We don't have all the comparison information we need. I don't even have actually the presentation we got here. I wish that was in my notes too. So I would really like to see, I know staff has got to press it to do this, but I think it can come back by the 27th. I see a robust list of staff members on here that can make these adjustments. And if there's something we need to do to give you direction to make those adjustments, say the word, as far as I'm concerned. I yield.
I did a lot of listening, so I'm in agreement with Mayor Ellers on this. I'd like to see it come back as well, but I just had one question. So if we make any changes, if we like strike anything that on here by that later date, we could still kind of jam this through to get through at the correct time? Or I know it'd be tight, but is that possible?
Are you talking about if we came back in 2 weeks?
Yeah.
I think if you gave staff specific direction on what you wanted changed, we would be able to do that, but asking us to go back and
less
do more
talking and more
research.
doing is what really, we got to get this thing locked down. So
Yeah, 2 weeks is a very short amount of time. I mean, we post the agenda in a week, so we really were talking about a week.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want to go now? Yeah, let me recognize the city manager here.
Yeah, so looking at our timeline, so generally what we do is we post our agendas by noon on Wednesday before the meeting. In this case, a special meeting only requires 24-hour notification. We would want to give council enough time in the public to review, but what I would ask is that if we will bring this forward on August 27th, that we would have the report out by next Friday. It would be still enough time. We do briefings on Tuesday. We can also, depending on what's in the report, we can highlight the new things as opposed to but having that done, generally our staff reports from staff that we require, our internal timeline is next Tuesday by 3 o'clock. I don't think that's enough time for staff. And if you do want a very thorough report with the right information, I would ask that we can get it out by the end of day on Friday, because we do work next Friday. So I would ask that for staff so that we can do a good job of getting that research.
And Councilmember Schaefer, you had your button. Did you withdraw? Okay. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Let me just wrap my head around what people are talking about and get staff's feedback. It sounds like what we've got in front of us are 6 different municipal code sections: building code amendments, fire code amendments, electric readiness, existing building energy efficiency, electric vehicle charging, and gray water systems. Those are the fundamental codes that we already have in place that we're bringing forward through the state's process to tell the state, essentially, this is who we are. These are the codes we want. We're going to tell you this is our local decision. And by virtue of doing this, by bringing these forward, we are having our own local control. When we don't do that, we defer to the state. And I think this is an important point to make. There's a lot of ways we can say, no, we're different. We want things this way. And I know my colleagues are in favor of local control. And I think there's a element of local control here where we say, this is what our community wants, and it's not what you tell us you're going to let us have, state. It's what we want. So I don't want us to lose the opportunity to continue to represent what we want here locally. And I see this as one of the opportunities to do it.
And City Manager, did you have something to interject?
Yeah, so one question for staff. So we were talking about this. This was obviously a meeting to gather information about drafting the ordinance. When were you planning on bringing the ordinance back? That first reading?
We were planning on bringing it back September 10th for the first
Okay,
reading.
so I just want to make sure, because I want to clarify, I was talking to the city attorney. So I want to make sure that all we have to do is have the ordinance adopted but not in effect, because all of our ordinances don't go in effect for 30 days from the date of adoption. So do you just have to adopt it, or does the ordinance have to be in effect?
Just adopted.
Okay,
before
that's what I wanted to make
October
sure. Then we
1st.
could, as long as we adopt by the...
Is that the second reading?
Yes, the second reading. So introduction is first reading, second reading. So if we did have the meeting on the 27th, we got direction, we could introduce on September 10th, we would adopt 2 weeks later. But there's no way, if you miss that timeline, we're done. But I just wanted to make sure that it was not effect and it was just adopted.
Just to beat a dead horse here, sorry for the expression, but September 10th, and we have September 17th and also September 24th?
Yeah. So what we generally do, it usually takes 2 weeks in between because of the meeting. So what would happen is if we introduce on the 10th, we would adopt on the 24th, and that would meet the state regulation. Okay, just making sure.
Okay. Yeah,
To complicate, if you absolutely had to move to the 17th to introduce, the reason we have a meeting in between is because we do ordinance summaries. The summary posts on a Friday, because the Coast News only posts on Friday. So that's why we have that break. If we don't do an ordinance summary after the introduction, then we have to post the ordinance in full. So we have to publish and post in full. So that's the only, it's kind of a money saver, but if worst case scenario, we'd have to pay to publish.
Okay, but our plan of record would be the 10th and the 24th.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Anything else? No? So, yeah, I feel like we're being boxed in by the state. We talk about local control. I think this is the antithesis of local control. This is a gun to your head, local control, that if you get all this done, you can cram it on through. That's not local control in my mind. So
We can do it. We can do it.
I understand, and I'm looking for this additional time. The other thing that I go back to is how many people knew that there was a change? And there are a lot of people that aren't in the audience because they have no idea. A lot of people that support the change don't know about it. So another reason that I want to do this is to do the public business in the public forum and have in 2 weeks a meeting where we can actually have public input. But nobody really understood it. I agree with the comment. I would very much appreciate getting the Jim's comment about getting the information that was in the presentation. That was a good format, I guess. I got more out of it more quickly. So, with that, we'll move on to Councilmember O'Hara, and I think we still have a motion and a second on here.
Yeah, and I just want to follow up on two things. One, I agree that this is, to both your points, this is local control. I think the key component is we need to make sure it's local control that agrees with current atmosphere of the city and current goals. And with that, I think this proves without a doubt the length of this conversation that we need to fix our cap and get it updated and corrected and bring it to council and fix it.
Okay, that's off subject, but we'll
But
somewhat.
it's off subject, but this
Yeah.
highlights it. And we've got a number of issues with the city where there are areas that we need to do this. This is clearly one of them. So please, let's get moving. Let's get this taken care of and then make that right behind it.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lyons?
I'm just going to wrap up before we vote with a final comment, and that is that by not moving this forward today, we're really missing an opportunity. So, I'm disappointed in our leadership over this one.
And while we're at it, well, I guess we can get the vote in. I think I need a motion to extend the meeting beyond. So do you want that after we finish? Yeah, let's vote on this one. So let's.
Just to be clear, this is a motion by Ayler, second by O'Hara, to table this item to a date certain of August 27th, special meeting.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Could we just,
And to add to that, to gather as much information as we can about what the AB 130 implications are that we were unable to answer, and also to give the public, the greater public, a chance to weigh in on this issue.
Okay, hold on. Sorry.
I think Scott had a question.
yeah, I appreciate you clarifying that, Mayor, and for the motion. It really, staff really appreciates that. But the prior part of the motion where without the one that's not providing the public more information, which is great, we understand that. The gather info for the 130, could you possibly be more specific with regards to that so we can really detail that in a report for you and
Yeah, what
focus?
the implications of if we don't adopt, or what happens in 3 years. If we can gather from whatever state legislative advice and where they think it's going. I know in the case of HCD with housing law, they typically write a interpretation memo. I don't know who would write the interpretation memo here, but are they going to write the interpretation memo, probably finish it on October 2nd, probably?
Yeah,
I've felt that way before.
Mind, Mayor, if I may, if I could ask Misty Bruseri to opine on that, because she has the latest and greatest in terms of when we may hear from the state agencies with that guideline.
Yeah.
Misty?
That'd be 30 days.
Yeah, good evening. I do not have any information as far as when we might hear from the legislature themselves, but we have heard from the California Building Standards Commission that they intend to issue guidelines in the next couple weeks, and that is what they've said. It's a couple weeks, and so that's our timeline. They have not been any more specific, unfortunately.
Wow.
Is there any way for us to ask the state for a delay on this, or an updated date? I mean, the fact is they're asking us to make a decision on stuff that is unclear.
I can tell you that in the case of the housing element law that they passed in 2017, and we were up there in their offices, this is HCD, and we asked, could we get an early look at their interpretation memo because we were going through our housing element? They said no. So, yeah.
They don't want us to know. That's the
or they
only
have
other way
other
to know
people
about it.
that do the review, but this couple of weeks is a very important couple of weeks. That's why I'm looking for anything we can do, and we should say, hey, we're trying to meet the letter of your law, but we need more information. We need to understand how this is going to be interpreted, and it'll give our city attorney a chance to go come back with an opinion, maybe do a little more research over what you said tonight, and we'll have a more informed decision-making process. Granted, it's tight, I understand, but it is tight.
And it's important.
So we need our time. I don't feel that I should be rushed with insufficient information and make a partially informed decision when 2 weeks may get me a lot more.
All right.
So, and then Councilmember Schaefer, you done?
No, that's it.
Okay, are there any other, I think that was it, right? Call the question?
And the motion carries with Deputy Mayor Lyons voting no.
Okay, and I'll entertain a motion to extend beyond 10 o'clock.
Second.
Is that a motion? Oh, I said I'll entertain.
Motion to extend past 10.
Yeah. There you go. So Schaefer and O'Hara. So we'll vote on that.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Let's see, item 12A. And give the floor to Councilmember O'Hara.
we've got actually 3 items coming. They overlap a lot, and you may hear repeated comments along the way. But starting off with item 12A, current municipal code 9.01010 regarding camping on private property says it's unlawful for any person to camp, lodge, sleep, or tarry at night in or upon private property without the prior permission of ownership of the owner of such property. The owner may give permission through the owner's leasee or agent, ordinance 8731. The request is to remove the clause at night because of its ambiguity. I believe I will leave it for public comment or for questions.
Do we have public comments?
Yes, we do.
Do we have, should we handle them individually? I assume we'll just continue. We'll do 12A, do public comments, decide 12A, we'll do 12B, public comments, 12B, et cetera. Okay.
Sounds good. So it looks like we have 2 right now. Elizabeth Whitaker, followed by Ellen Burr. And then I have 2 individuals, Bernie Dillon and Molly Hintlian, that are in support but do not wish to speak. None of these say A, right?
Hello. Good evening, council members. My name is Beth Whitaker. I've lived in Encinitas for 20 years, and I love it here. I value public service, and I admire those who serve with the purpose of society's greater good. I respect our sheriffs, and I support their enforcement of current laws and ordinances addressing parking and camping throughout Encinitas. I am here to oppose agenda items 12A, B, and C collectively because these proposals seek to expand police authority throughout Encinitas' public and private spaces. People who illegally dump waste, harass people, expose themselves, or steal electricity, or commit a number of crimes under our current ordinances are already subject to enforcement. Those are crimes that the sheriff can already address. Current ordinances and laws that restrict camping and parking already make life harder for our struggling neighbors, and our sheriffs are currently free to, and have been, aggressively enforcing them. The 14th Amendment guarantees equal protection under the law, but these ordinances further criminalize poverty and punish people for simply existing within our city limits. These proposals invite increased surveillance and discretionary policing that will disproportionately target the unhoused, the poor, and the vulnerable. They echo the authoritarian impulses of the MAGA movement, which seeks to normalize surveillance, suppress dissent, and punish poverty under the guise of law and order. It is important for our council members to avoid attempting to build their reputation by flexing control and disrespecting those who served before them. These proposals may look good on paper, sound impressive on the morning news, and offer ego-stroking sound bites, but they do nothing to address the root causes of homelessness, economic inequity and hardship, or community safety. They are optics. Encinitas should be a place where freedom is protected, dignity is honored, and compassion is practiced. Please consider the harm caused by using power and control to address human suffering. Please continue to promote enforcement of the current ordinances and laws, and vote no on 12A, B, and C. And please save our beautiful beach town from being complicit in class wars. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I am not going to address the moral situation here. I would like to see consistency across the board for all signage, parking, and traffic. If you go around this city, you will see signs of all sorts regarding the same issue. And frankly, tonight, it only gets worse. In the first one, you would want to change something that may be debatable, what does at night mean, to a more specific thing. Whereas in number 12C, you're talking about changing something from dusk till dawn. sounds like a Barbara Carton romance novel. I mean, why would you now go to something less specific when you had actual times, hours in there? It doesn't make sense. I don't know why we can't have, in my neck of the woods, parking. Sunset is fairly consistent. Sunset is sunset. Dawn to dusk, maybe not. So no parking, sunset to 6 a.m. Do that. Do it citywide. Just be consistent. How much does it cost to put in all of these signs? We already have the ability to enforce. It's just, do they have the will and the time to enforce? Do not do this piecemeal. Do it all at one time and make it so that we have parking that fits, and it's gonna go in our, I guess we have different places around town, in our codes for whatever area we live in. It would be nice if it was throughout Encinitas, because tourists don't know where Cardiff starts and Old Encinitas is and Leucadia is. It should be consistent throughout. In all the parks, it should be the same. In all the public roadways, it should be the same. We shouldn't be having a million different signs around the city. Thank you.
Brian Stone, Brian, did you want to speak on 12A?
Really just B and C, but
Oh, okay.
the council, I could.
No, we'll do them individually.
I just wasn't sure, yeah.
No,
Okay. So that,
We'll get you on B and C.
that concludes speakers on 12A.
Okay.
Let me just double check.
Do you want to rebut or start? And then after, I'll give you the floor, then Councilman Schaefer right after that.
Sure. I just want to start with, these are existing ordinances. We're not creating new ordinances here. And this isn't meant to criminalize anybody. It's not meant to expand police authority. But the truth is, with the whole, these ordinances are tools for our sheriffs, and we're investing in our sheriffs, and we're promising our people who are experiencing hardship and our people who are residents in the city, we're promising them to help them. And right now, this tool as it stands is a metric socket when you need an American socket. And because it just doesn't fit the need of what we need as a city. And so all we're doing is we're taking an ordinance that already exists, and we're making it so they can use it. They don't need a diamond head screwdriver. They need a flathead, and we're giving them the flathead screwdriver. So as far as that goes, it is a public ordinance. It doesn't change the approach of our sheriffs. Can I ask the sheriffs this question? Does this change the approach you have when you? Is any of our sheriffs here? Okay,
Yeah,
Captain Watts, do you mind if I ask you? Sorry, these classes only go for reading. It doesn't change your approach. You still approach them in a compassionate manner to assist them to get them to services and through the ordinances.
Yes, I would agree with that statement, that our approach would not change. If anything, this would align with the for the municipal code dealing with public property.
Correct. Well, that was my next point. There is also currently, for those in question, the current public property ordinance is 24 hours a day. And so all this does is it aligns it with what we have on our public property, which is all of our property, right? So we're saying that private citizens on private property can do the same, have the same rights to, or the same ordinances protecting them that our public property has. So I'm going to yield the floor to whoever wants to go next, or whoever's up here.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yes, Captain Watts, maybe if you could stay there, I'd appreciate it. So I want to compliment Councilmember O'Hara for looking to make some improvements in the city. I would like to call out that he's looking at this maybe through the lens of our homeless action plan, and I believe that the intent is to bring improvements. And I want to remind people that I do have many examples of supporting my colleagues in their council member initiated items that they bring forward. I'm afraid on this one, though, that especially, well, maybe this first one more than the other two, but as a group, I find that at the best, they're unnecessary and a little bit, at the worst, nonsensical. What I'd rather do, instead of spending staff time and your time and everyone's time on these changes that won't make significant difference, I would rather fund outreach staff to be on the streets, to outreach to those who are unhoused, and to provide more supportive services. Instead of what this appears to me to be is to over-regulating the rest of us. I got a lot of public comment on this one. I know we all did. It's a matter of public record. And people are concerned. Does this mean when my sister comes to town in her RV and we go out to dinner that she'll be ticketed as she parks on the street? That applies to one of the other items. But as far as the remove the at night on private property, Captain Watts, why I don't think this is important is a private property owner has the right to call the sheriff at any time if someone is on their property. There's not a need for anything more specific. It is just a right that we have. I've asked you this question before. If someone is lingering on private property, you've said, yes, the private property owner should just call us and we'll come and we'll take care of that, right? You have the authority to do that, whether this wording is changed or not?
That would put it upon the homeowner or the property owner to be present, to witness the violation, to then report it to us and go through a trespass order and removal. Correct.
And that would be the typical way it would proceed. Changing this wording doesn't change that. We still have the right and authority.
If the property owner is present and witnesses or wants the person removed, then correct, they have that avenue.
So that's where I'll stand on this one. And I do want my council colleagues to please look at the public comment we got and that we're hearing tonight as well, to think about what this does as far as regulating us more. Do we want to have more regulation? Is that what we're aspiring to do now? And I'll admit that my comments apply to all three of these, but I'll say a few other things when it comes to the other two council member initiated items.
So I'll go next. First of all, I think this code was written in 1987, according to what I'm seeing on the report there. It says ordinance 87-31, right? So it's been around for quite a while. And tonight what we're doing is we're giving direction to staff to come back and make these changes, and then we would adopt it in a future meeting. The example, a couple of examples I'd like to talk, and I think Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Lyons already said that the example of parking on public streets, it's already covered in the code that it's 24 hours, right? So it really didn't apply to this change. And all this does is bring it in compliance and consistent with the public. I wanted to go a step further on understanding how a private property owner enforces no trespassing. My understanding is they have to be there and show up. So if it's in the middle of the night, or in the middle of the day, in this case, because this would extend to the middle of the day, the property owner would have to come and show up, identify themselves as the property owner. I don't know if they need to show proof, and then say, yes, I want to have them cited for trespassing. However, for cases like, and this happens on all the storefronts that have inlets, if the property owner gets a notarized letter of trespass, I think am I getting close to it? Yeah, and the captain is nodding yes. They have to go to a notary to get a note saying, I want the sheriff to enforce it, and then they don't have to show up. So does this change that in any way? Does this make it so that they still have to show up regardless?
No, if we had a no trespass order on file for the property with the property owner having it notarized, giving the authority to us to have the person removed, then we would first give the warning and ask the person to vacate the property. If they didn't, then we could go ahead and make the arrest for the trespass.
Yeah. So I'm going to go to another example. This is during the day, which this would help cover. And it's between 1st and 2nd Street, the alley there, and there's a business there that's been complaining. I went out and talked to them several times. One of their complaints is they'll get a white pickup truck back there, camping starting in mid-afternoon. And it's a fairly quiet alley. The woman happened to be a former EMT, and she goes out there one day, and the guy is shooting up heroin. It's pretty obvious. And it's multiple times. It's not a single incident. She's seen him. In fact, she's intimidated and doesn't want to go behind her office during business hours during the day. And this is just wrong. Now, she's the tenant in the building. She's not the property owner. So she's asked the property owner to get a no trespassing order in place, but the owner has to go get a notarized document and just hasn't been able to get there. If this helps us enforce no trespassing on somebody who is breaking the law there and improperly parking on private property, then I'm for it. And the fact that it makes it consistent with the public property, it makes it even better. So I'm for this one. I'll yield to Councilmember Schaefer.
So it's a simple question, Captain Watts. Does this help you as the Sheriff Department to implement our stance on homelessness right now? Those who are willing to accept help, we help, and those who are resistant and continue to cause safety and concerns of well-being to the residents of the city, does it help you as a Sheriff Department to enforce these codes?
I look to you for the direction to move forward with the implementation of these current laws or the changes to the municipal code in this instance. But as I've said before, we are always going to offer the resources.
Of course.
This would give us the availability or the opportunity to intervene and offer those resources, whether it is at night or during the day.
Correct.
But our approach is not going to change. We will offer those resources, and often the first time is a warning with resources. We point them in the right direction. We get them connected to services through the city. And then if there's another violation of the municipal code, then we can go to an enforcement.
Cool. Thank you. And that kind of says it for us right now. And there's a number of people that are not willing to report or make those statements. So if we have deputies driving around able to cite that first warnings to start moving the ball down the road kind of thing, it helps us to enforce. And I think throughout the last part of the summer, I think most people have seen a pretty high level drop in what we'll call bad actors, the 10, 15, 20 bad actors that we referenced at the other side of the recess. And I've heard nothing but rave reviews on how much better the town feels and how much safer people feel by just being able to walk down our street and not having to go to Carlsbad or Solana Beach to do their morning or evening walk. So I commend you in this, and I support this fully. Motion to approve.
Okay. And Deputy Mayor Lyons.
I understood your answer to that question completely different. I heard you say this was irrelevant to how you would approach somebody no matter what time of day and intervene and offer services. You didn't use the word irrelevant, but you said we would do the same thing.
This would just give us the legal ability to make contact with a person outside of it being night.
Okay, I understand that you already have that ability.
No, they don't.
Not for private property. For public property, we do. But for me to have, or for our deputies to have the legal ability to make contact and be in a legal standing, then during the daytime, we do not currently have that on private property.
So then are you saying that a private property owner would not have to fill out the letter of authorization? I'm trying to figure out what's different.
So they could, but outside of that, so where we see it is if an individual has been illegally camping on public property and we have offered those resources, they're resource resistant, and then they just move their location to an adjacent private property, we now do not have the legal authority to intervene.
So you now don't. Are you saying that by taking out at night?
So the only
That
time,
will-
currently, the only time for public property, I'm sorry, for private property is at night, that we have the legal ability to intervene.
And at night, you don't need a letter of authorization, is what you're saying?
Correct.
All right.
Can I just hop in? Because I think I want to clarify that, and I think you can't cite them for trespassing, but you can't, it's the difference between you can legally approach them under this law, but you need from the private property owner a notarized authorization to cite somebody for trespassing. There are two different actions. One's the initial approach where you can coach them and give them options and offer them services. But as far as being able to write them a citation for trespassing, you need the letter or the owner to be there. Is that true?
Yes, however, we would have the ability to enforce this municipal code during the day as a violation in itself, outside of the property owner being present or having a trespass order on file.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that. Are you done?
Yes.
And
All right, and I was, I was actually going to say exactly what you said, but add an example. A great example of this is Clark Street. Clark Street Apartments, or where the future home site of Clark Street Apartments is, or whatever. There was a daytime person lodging there, sleeping there, camping there. The owner was not present. A large fire was lit. We put resources of the fire department, and they were at danger because we didn't know what was in that fire. The local homes had to be evacuated. Sheriff's office was obviously called. We put resources to this. And prior to that, residents had informed the city that this was going on, but the code was not set up as a tool for our sheriffs to go in and rectify the situation. And that's what this example like that is a great example in my eyes of what this can help the city avoid.
Yeah, and that exact example is where I learned about the letter, because that neighbor had to drive up to Orange County to get a notarized letter of trespass to bring back to give to the sheriff, and that's how I learned about that process the first time. So, but a great example. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
I apologize. I'm still not getting it. I apologize for continuing to ask you for clarification. So given the Clark Street example, then just by taking out the words "at night," how would you have been able to intervene differently?
I'm not sure that I can answer that question. I'm not 100% familiar with that instant, but I think
Given the characteristics of
correct.
people
I think
as-
our municipal code that has to do with public property does not have the word night in it. So it's 24 hours a day we can enforce that municipal code. We can contact people that are found to be illegally camping on our streets, at our businesses or in our parks. The private property does have the word night in there. So outside of the nighttime hours, we do not currently have the authority to enforce the illegal camping on private property.
So
essentially, if it was during the day and we contacted an individual who we have contacted many times, we've offered them resources, and they are resource resistant, and we were going to arrest them for the municipal code violation of illegal camping on public property, they essentially could pick up their belongings and just move over to a private property and then continue the activity on private property, and therefore we would have no further recourse or ability to enforce it. And then it would become the homeowner's responsibility at that point.
And so I promise this to be my last question. So given that situation, if someone does relocate onto private property and they sit down, and maybe that was the only issue, is that, you know, you approach them because you still wouldn't be able to, you know, how would that change what you do on the private property? How would your action or how would you intervene differently then?
Because we would have to have the legal authority with a municipal code violation. The act of not abiding by the municipal code is the violation that gives us the authority to make that contact. Therefore, if they're on private property and it's during the day, we no longer have that authority.
All right.
So any other, I'll second the motion. And any other discussion?
I think it's important to note that these are, there is the contact in this context, and it's not mentioned in here, is made because there's a reasonable reason, violation, expectation, health, safety, concern that prompts the sheriff to feel there's a need for action. We're not talking about people sitting on a bench, people sitting in a yard. We're not talking about that. We're talking about when the sheriffs need to do their job to be able to do it.
Yeah. So we've got a motion and a second. I'll call a question. If nobody, call a question. Okay. On to 12B. Councilmember O'Hara, you have the floor.
Okay. Encinitas Municipal Code 14.40.145, regarding restricted hours of parking recreational vehicles on public streets. Currently, that code states no person shall park a recreation vehicle on any public street or public property between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. without vehicle displaying a validly issued permit pursuant to section 1440.150 of this code. And it goes on from there. But the goal of this is to change that to specifically be between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. I will leave it there for questions from council and public comment.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
I think that was remaining.
Was that from before?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're 12A still up here.
Oh, that's why. Okay, then we'll kill one. Are we updating to 12B?
I think we need the city clerk.
Yeah, sorry. We're waiting
There
for
for
the
a minute.
computer again.
Okay, so let's see, for 12B, we have Elizabeth Whitaker.
I think we need to switch to 12B on the item.
It's
Because we were putting names in to speak, and we're still on 12A.
Yeah, I've clicked it, it's just not registering.
So are there any preliminary questions on this? Otherwise, we'll go to public.
There we go.
So, okay, there we go.
I'll add that a key component to this is the concept of used for habitation or camping, just for clarification.
Okay, fair enough. And why don't we do the public? How many public do we have?
I think we have 3.
3.
I'll just see. Elizabeth Whitaker. I think she left. Ellen Burr.
Who also just walked out.
Okay. So then we have Brian Stone.
There we go.
So those can just go 12A.
Good evening, Brian Stone, Encinitas, and I'm here to oppose Councilmember O'Hara's far overreaching amendments that would turn Encinitas into a police state for everybody who's doing everyday things in their everyday vehicles, everyday life. This is government overreach. Let's be clear about what's happening here. You want to target the homeless, but you're too afraid to write targeted legislation. Instead, you're casting a dragnet that could criminalize about half the people in this community. I've been cited twice under the current broken law despite never camping or habitating. Both were dismissed because they were bogus tickets, but I had to waste my time fighting poorly applied ordinances. Furthermore, the permitting that Councilmember O'Hara refers to is strictly for the loading and unloading of a vehicle for the purpose of travel, which you also have to prove to the city that you're undertaking. Your own council member would be a criminal. It's ironic that Councilmember San Antonio drives a van. Under O'Hara's proposal, he could get ticketed arriving early for work or going to dinner. If you're willing to criminalize your own colleagues, you've lost perspective on what reasonable governance looks like. You're also destroying what makes Encinitas special. The Dawn Patrol surfers built this town's global reputation. I share Councilmember Schaefer's goal of us being like #1 and best in the world. Now you want to ticket them for showing up early, triathletes who are training for races, our workforce who are catching a few Z's before their shifts. This isn't about homelessness. This is about control and harassment of law-abiding citizens. And the real problem is lazy lawmaking. The city already has tools to address habitation and camping. But instead of doing the hard work of writing precise, enforceable laws, you've taken a lazy route. Expand the hours, expand the restrictions, and then let the deputies sort it out. That's not governance, that's passing the buck. This is also anti-business and anti-community. Visitors and residents alike drive their RVs and vans here. They spend money, they surf our breaks, they make this town vibrant, and the proposal tells them that they're not welcome here after 8 p.m. or dusk. Congratulations, you're about to hurt the local businesses to solve a problem without properly addressing it. Write better laws or get out of the way. This isn't about metric versus imperial, as you mentioned. This is a chainsaw approach when a scalpel is the right tool for future legislation. Don't punish everyone by taking shortcuts. Please vote no on B and C. Thank you.
And then we had Patty Stottlemyre, who registered opposition but did not wish to speak, and Molly Hintlian registered support for the recommended action but did not wish to speak.
Okay, and I think I'm up first. I think I have questions more than anything on this one. I'm going to direct it to the sheriff's captain. Does this help you? Why is the current limit hard to enforce or not operational? Does this help you or does it make a difference for you?
Well, once again, we don't, I'll be clear that we don't write laws, we don't implement laws, we uphold laws. So that's your job to do, and that's the direction that we're looking for with the city. I'll collaborate with the city. The current municipal code is something that we have been enforcing. Do we hear concerns from the community or communities that have expressed that outside of the enforcement hours that they have issues that fall outside of those that we cannot address? We have heard those concerns. We've heard concerns from parents that are walking their kids to school in communities where there are a lot of RVs and motorhomes that don't make the kids feel safe. So we have heard from the community that there are quality of life issues that fall outside of these hours. However, we have moved forward to an enforcement already on the municipal code as it is written.
Okay. And this may be a question for...
Well, can I answer your question also a little bit?
Sure.
I think one of the other sides of this is if somebody is camping, you now currently have to wait till 10 p.m. And if you don't stay up till 10 p.m., you just go to sleep and fingers crossed, or you don't sleep well, and you may or may not be safe, which I think most times people are safe, but it only takes one time, as we're finding out in the world here. There are services that are not available after certain times, and if the sheriff shows up because they can't start doing their job till 10, they may not be able to get these people to some of the services, and I'd like to see these people helped. I really do. I think this is a big part of it is the service first idea comes back to how do we do this. Well, yeah, I won't dive into the rest of it. I won't rebut the comments that were made at the moment. I just want to answer your question. And per what the sheriff said is exactly actually what I came upon when speaking with parents was, those walks to schools. They'd love to have that a little bit safer till 8 a.m. Just that guarantee or peace of mind. Even if it's just peace of mind is part of quality of life.
Yeah. So my question, and I'll throw it to you too. How do we differentiate between overnight camping that we're prohibiting and day camping at the beach with somebody who is, dawn patrol, or, they may be there at 6:30 and drive their RV and they're going to spend the better part of the day there. We don't want to make that illegal, I assume. But how do you differentiate intent of, I want to live free here in Encinitas, and I want to, or I live here already and I want to park my RV down at the beach and essentially day camp.
Well, and maybe there are some adjustments to the hours. None of this is a suggested ordinance that will go back to staff based on what you suggest. And if it is a different hour than 6 a.m., which would be your dawn patrol, right? But I don't think it applies, because I think when you look at this, it clearly says habitation or camping. And maybe we can give that out. What camping means is what I hear from you.
Yeah.
But habitation is pretty clear to me. When you walk by a van, or a car or a vehicle or a whatever, if somebody's camping in it, or living in it, rather, habitating in it. You can figure that out pretty quickly. I know the sheriffs can.
Yeah, I'm at a loss right now so far that I don't understand how we can give clear direction to. I'm looking for mechanisms to give clear direction to the sheriff so that habitation.
As I understand,
I'm not sure that is concrete.
So they are defined, or they wouldn't be in the code, right? Maybe that's what we need to do, is revise part of the code as part of this. And I think that would be a welcome idea by the public, as well as the sheriff's department having a clear. That's what all of this is about, making it clearer and more effective. And if there's part of that making it more effective is to make it clearer by adjusting the verbiage, let's do it.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with that.
Yep.
I just think the 2-hour increase in the window on both sides, so 4-hour total. I think the one thing I know about 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. You're not out surfing typically. It's usually a quiet time by our noise standards. There's definitely a reason to limit it there, and I'm just not sure I'm yet to a point where I would say, I want to increase it all the way to 8 a.m. or as early as 8 p.m. And so I'm trying to understand how we can. And I think it's partially to Brad's point here, is how do we craft a better law? So I'm still open. And with that, I'll yield to Councilmember San Antonio.
So I have feelings about this, not that I dawn patrol, but I used to surf, and I know my friends dawn patrol, and their 6 a.m. is a logical time to me that they go out before work. Get in early, go home, take a shower, get ready for work. 10 p.m., maybe it's a little late, but I feel like with the time change and whatnot, I think that 9 p.m., it doesn't get dark like right now until between 8 and 9. I think that's if it's the nighttime thing, that I get, I understand that this is habitation. I understand that that's in the verbiage, but 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. seems a bit much. But like I said, when the time changes back in the winter, 9 p.m. is it's dark for sure. And 6 a.m. it's going to be light out again around that time, or roughly around that time. So for me, I find the time to be a little bit restrictive, actually a lot restrictive to me. I mean, do I support it? I do drive a Sprinter van. I don't habitate in it, but I understand what you're saying. I understand where this is going, but I just feel like the time is restrictive. And to what Brian said, people do dawn patrol. People do come here early. We are the surfing capital. There are things about this that I don't see how it necessarily. I can see how it helps, but I also don't see how it will be kind of restrictive to the people that do use this. So, am I open? Sure, but I do find this to be a little restrictive on the time. And I know you said the time might be. We're talking about it right now, so I understand that. But for me, that's where I'm at right now.
Can I, one point of clarification, I think the city manager has on the code for 14.40.145.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure, because it talks about, the only part of that talks about habitation is, this is strictly for parking of recreational vehicles. So this is not, there's a different one that's 12C, which is actually sleeping. This says, no person shall park a recreational vehicle on any public street or public property between the hours of 10 and 6 without the vehicle displaying a validly issued permit. Recreational vehicle means any trailer, camper, boat and trailer, cab overnight camper, truck camper, motorhome, or similar vehicle. This is where it talks about the habitation. Also, vans or van conversions being used for habitation purposes or camping purposes shall be subject to the provisions, but it is camping a recreational vehicle. So it's not camping in it, it's actually parking it. So this would be a regulation solely on parking. We have another one for sleeping in your vehicle, which is a different muni code. So I just want to make sure there is habitation mentioned, but it's about like a van conversion. That also counts as an RV.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Well, the more we get into this, the more I think our existing current Muni Code goes too far. I'm surprised to learn that even just parking on a public street, if you're in a recreational vehicle, you would need a proper permit. So and that's between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. I don't see the need for this to be more restrictive as far as time frame. If anything, I would say we want to rethink this whole statement about what this code is requiring. But for today, I know that's not what we're considering. I go back to the overreach of, this is who we are. These are our people who are parking. My neighbor has a van. He loves going down, just parking on San Alejo and opening up the side of the van and hanging out. And he's there after sunset sometimes. And I just don't think, I try to look through the lens of what would my neighbors, what would my constituents say about moving forward with some of the things we're considering here at City Council. And this is one where they would go, you did what? It's more regulation than I think our culture wants, and more regulation than we've had. I'm not sure it's necessary to achieve a bigger goal. If something was brought forward to me tonight that said we want to staff to invest in more services or to focus on providing more services, then I would be on board with that. But that's not what this is. This is punitive, and I won't find a reason to support this one.
Let's see, Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, a little bit torn by this. When I look at the specific vehicles, right, camper trailer, boat trailer, cab over camper truck, motorhome. I think, excuse me, if we look down like Lucadia, down 101, there's a very specific demographic that is parking along the train tracks there. We've had a number of complaints specifically about a type of vehicle that looks like they live out of their van, or they look like they're living out of their truck. It's a different look. I surf routinely between 5:30 and 7:30, and I've never had a citation, never had an issue. Your neighbor goes down in the morning or in the evening, ask me my license and see who I am. I'm resident. I'm not camping here. I'm not staying here overnight. I'm not intending to be here longer than the given hours. But I do recognize the slippery slope that we're on overburdening our citizens. But I also understand what our citizens have been asking for, specifically for safety. And there is a demographic that has moved into town with the van life model. And Encinitas is a hub for it. Beacons is Beacons 101 between Lucadia Boulevard, La Costa Avenue, right in the heart of District 1. Grandview, they're just, I would say Pono, obviously that's Carlsbad. I'm just saying areas that I frequent, that Swami's in the morning is, it's, I won't say scary. I don't find it scary, but it's one of those things that it can get, the wrong people could be staying there sometimes that just don't make you feel so cozy. And so I get what we're trying to do here is we're trying to create a situation where we just don't want any of our residents or any our visitors to feel unsafe going down to the beach first thing in the morning or in the evening or walking to school. But if you pull up to, let's say, Ocean Knoll and you see, a 19-something vehicle, slightly run down, again, I'm going through all of the things that you can kind of go through that just doesn't fit the model of what I want my son or daughter walking past at 6 or 8 o'clock in the morning. I wouldn't mind the sheriff having the ability to just knock on the door and say, hey, what's going on? What's happening there? Somebody's not doing anything. I'm just taking a nap before I go to substitute or something of that nature. That's all it takes. So it's a conversation. It's a way in which our sheriffs enforce it. Is obviously it can be overreach if they are excessive, but if it's kind and friendly and in the manner of trying to keep us safe, that's what we need to make sure that we're finding that line. So I've never had a problem at the wee hours of the morning or the late hours of the evening, personally. But I just think that there's a very specific group that has moved in the last, again, van life, COVID kind of ramped it up, I would say. So the last 5 years is probably an aggressive push towards people living in their van, and Encinitas is a hub for it because we do invite that as a surfing culture. So I'll leave it there. Councilmember O'Hara.
Well, I appreciate the way you put that because I think that summed it up probably better than I did, really. Drafting this one, I recognized some of the challenges of the wording of this, and I'm not opposed to sending it back to staff, and that was really why it was directed to staff to draft the necessary revisions. It's clearly stated in the draft the necessary revisions around this, because it's mainly a parking code, right? And what we want to be able to do is enable that knock on the window. And sometimes a knock on the window isn't, hey, you're doing something wrong. A lot of times a knock on the window is, are you okay? This doesn't target surfers. They're not going to go walk down Cardiff Reef and knock on the window of the guys who are there every single day. They're in a parking lot. They're there in the morning. I don't believe the sheriffs are going out looking for to knock on windows unless they need to for health reasons or for safety reasons. And I don't believe that what we're trying to do is give them the authority to do it without those reasons. So I even looked at this with the 8 a.m. because I think really the 8 a.m. targets, from my feedback was mostly schools, right? And maybe there's an area around schools. Maybe that's a whole separate ordinance that does that. I don't know. We could talk about that. Clearly, the original is not worded very well. I do think the 10 a.m., the 10 p.m., 6 a.m. could be adjusted. I know 10 p.m., people in my neighborhood are all asleep. And so if they've got to wait till 10 p.m. to call the police about something they're worried about, that's problematic for them. And if the sheriff has to wait till 10 p.m. to knock on the window of somebody who's he's concerned about, or one way or the other, that's not really accomplishing what we want to accomplish here. We're not talking about, again, the person who's out taking a nap at lunchtime at Swami's, or the person who's going surfing. And clearly that's why the key of habitation and camping is in there. And so maybe the motion is to amend this code to address it, to make it more specific to what we want to accomplish. Clearly, it's not written effectively the way it is. We wouldn't be having this long of a discussion about it. So I'm glad we have the opportunity to dive into it. I'll yield to you if you want to see if you have something to say.
Yeah, and I think, I'm at a point where I think where it stands right now, the 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. is probably appropriate for parking, and it's just about parking. And then when you get into certain locales such as beaches, we prohibit parking overnight anyways, right, on a lot of the beaches, and then we should continue doing that. And if you're talking about schools, I think we should address that in a future discussion and have a look at parking by parking, school by school. I am very wary if we try and craft any code that says they look like they don't belong. That I'm not supportive of that, and I don't think anybody up here is. But some of our discussion tonight, it sounds that way, and I want to call that out and say, no, that's not the intent. The intent here is to have tools that when we do have abhorrent behavior, or we have people overnight parking, the intent, I think this was 2005 it was passed, is that?
Well, part of this code as well, for the parking, had to do with storage. So it was, people were complaining because people were storing their recreational vehicles, parking on public streets, leaving them there, storing them theoretically on the public street, their trailers, whatnot. So the other part of this code was you had to get a permit. So if you had your vehicle, your recreational vehicle, you had to get a permit as a resident. You had to be actively, could be for a certain period of time. Or if you had guests, the other part of it was you could get guest permits to have that recreational vehicle there. But it came into effect because things were being stored on public streets and taking up all the parking, and they were there and never moved. So they would just park there for days and days and days.
Yeah, and I support that use for this law, and I think that 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. is probably correct. If it's habitation in an RV at night, or where people are overnighting, is literally what I'm concerned about, and I want to make sure the sheriff has the ability to enforce that. But this is parking, and so I would be comfortable with leaving this law as it stands at this point. If we can come up later with craft a better idea, then so be it. So.
And Mayor, I do want to let you know, just because I know this, being former Park and Rec Director, our beach parking lots close at 10 p.m. So they're closed. Yeah, they're open from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then exactly so.
So I don't know. Is anybody going to make a motion? Otherwise, do we table this and move on?
I'd say we table it.
Jim, okay. So can we now move on to 12C? So no action on 12B. And now, again, I'll go to 12C and wait for, there we go. And Jim, you've got the floor.
Okay, so Encinitas Municipal Code 9.01025 currently regulates sleeping in vehicles by restricting the practice between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Suggesting a revision that would redefine the restricted hours from dusk till dawn based on the NOAA sunrise sunset times. Current municipal code regulating sleeping in vehicles is no person shall sleep or lie down in a vehicle parked on a public street or public property between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. No person shall use a vehicle as a temporary or permanent living quarters, abode, or place of habitation, either overnight or day by day. Background on this is, well, extended vehicle parking, particularly when individuals sleep inside their vehicles, presents unique challenges for local law enforcement and parking authorities. While current parking laws may typically apply, the realities of enforcing regulations on those using vehicles for shelter often complicate and undermine the intent of the code. Updating the code will provide clarity, strengthen enforceability, and support both public health and property rights, while recognizing the complexities of housing insecurity in our community. Again, this is a service-first approach. Current restriction, which prohibits sleeping in vehicles only after 10 p.m., is intended to prohibit nighttime sleeping. It presents significant challenges for both the community and individuals experiencing housing insecurity. Enforcement at 10 p.m. is often too late to be truly effective, as it leaves the little opportunity for those without stable housing to find safe alternatives for places to sleep. And at the same time, residents and business owners who notice potential violations are forced to stay awake until 10 p.m. if they wish to report concerns, placing an unnecessary burden on those seeking to protect their neighborhoods and properties. And we do see this at times in downtown, as well as in some of our neighborhoods. I'm going to pause there and leave it for questions or clarification and public comment.
Oh, that's good. Did you have a question of clarification, or do you want to have public comment first?
Yeah, public comment first, please.
Okay. We'll do public comment.
All right, we
How
have
many?
2 speakers, Cynthia Cooley, and then Brian Stone.
My name is Cynthia Cooley, and I live on 3rd Street in Encinitas. And I've been, I guess, property owner for 20 years and have lived here for full-time for 10. And I walk my dog hello. Sorry. I'm exhausted. You probably are too. I walk my dog every night, and I do the 9 o'clock walk, because and I walk down, and I've done that every night really for years. And in that process, I saw a woman that was sleeping in her car, and I saw her every single night. And one day I went by during the daytime, and she was out, and I decided to introduce myself because I felt like she was a neighbor at this point. And I met her, and I over time came to learn what her situation was. And she is 76 years old, was a gainfully employed professional, and things happen. And she lost her house in Encinitas, ended up on the street. Encinitas taxpayer citizen, a citizen of Encinitas. And as I came to know her, she didn't define herself as homeless. She didn't define herself that way. And her car was, something happened, and she was parked under a tree, and the car looked horrible. And so we got a bunch of neighbors. We all just love her, actually. She's a wonderful person. She's a great citizen of Encinitas, a super smart, funny, wonderful person. We managed to get her car fixed, and I don't even know the other people that helped, but that's Encinitas to me. We help our neighbors. That's what we do. That's our value. We don't judge people by what their car looks like. We don't, discriminate that way. That's my value. I'm not sure where this is all going tonight. It's sounding very dangerous to me, very dangerous, very criminalization of our citizens. And I don't understand where you're coming from. I'm very upset by what I'm hearing tonight. I'm a kind of reluctant activist at this point for the unsheltered women of our city. So since that happened, since I met her, and that's been, I think I've known her now for a year. I need to, what do I do?
Can
I just
somebody
want to finish
donate
what
her?
I'm saying.
Can we get a donation from anybody that
Anybody
would
have a
want to?
don-
There we go. Yeah,
Great.
Brad
There we
Lefkowitz did. So
Okay,
you got
let me
3 more minutes.
get
Go
this
ahead.
together.
Yeah.
So.
Thanks, Brad.
My volunteer job on Saturdays is every Saturday I wash her car. And she gets out and sits, and I give her lunch, and I wash the car, and it's my day that I feel the best about myself, frankly, giving back in that way. And it's so simple. It's so simple to help people. And she's so grateful. She's navigated, well, I should just say a couple things that have happened in the last 2 weeks. The sheriff's approached her. She leaves Encinitas during the day and goes to the county park and spends the day there. She comes back at night and she comes back in the afternoon and she takes a nap. And she was taking a nap in her car. 3 sheriffs approached her and started talking to her. Her car is licensed. She's licensed. There's nothing there. She wasn't doing anything. She was taking a nap. She has a pretty severe heart condition. So she has to take diuretics, and so she has to always get someplace next to a restroom because, it's a challenge. And one of the sheriffs put his arm in the window behind her, in the back window. They were harassing her. And I don't understand why she's taking a nap. She's not camping. She's an older person. What if I went to my dentist, which I do, and sometimes I get there so early, I'll just sit in my car because I don't want to be in the waiting room, and I'll fall asleep. Is that camping? Is that a reason to come and kind of ask me what I'm doing and ask for my driver's license? Is that where we've gotten to here? I don't understand it. And how do you define whether somebody's camping or taking a nap in their car? What's, other than discrimination where you look at what the car looks like, they never go up to the $300,000 Airstream that parks in my neighborhood all the time. I think he lives there. We always joke, gee, he doesn't have to pay property taxes, and we do. We don't call the sheriff on him, but the sheriff never gets ready, they never harass him. He's always there. This is just, something's just really wrong here, and I don't know how to articulate it, but I'm gonna do my homework on what you have passed and try to understand what's going on, and I'm gonna be up here hopefully earlier in the evening than now to comment on these things, because I just feel like we need to help these citizens of Encinitas, not criminalize them.
Okay, thank you.
Brian Stone, Encinitas, thank you once again. Changing 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. from dusk till dawn is easy, and saying we're done with our work here. But really we're not. We're criminalizing and penalizing people. Luke, you mentioned substitute teacher who might be taking a nap. I know when I walk Neptune or through all these neighborhoods, particularly in the winter months when the sun is either going down later, coming up earlier, a lot of that workforce commutes in. I see people catching a few Z's. I live by Lofty Coffee. Some of those employees have to open early, and they're sleeping in their car before they go to work. I understand what you're trying to do here, but you're going to target and cast a wide net of people who are not doing anything wrong. And I don't know if you say to the sheriff, hey, look for the van that's a little rusty or the person that looks sort of like that. If you look at me, I've been stereotyped before, including by law enforcement. There may be people who jump to conclusions about me purely based on my looks. So I would just say that I just think that's overreaching, and you're trying to find a solution where there already are existing tools for law enforcement within our municipal code. And again, I would ask you to not stereotype people, to not judge people, to not knock on someone's door because they're going to work or look a certain way, and to either say no or to take that scalpel I mentioned to municipal code and craft a law that really does what you want it to do. Because as it is, this is just a broad catch-all for a lot of people who are residents, law-abiding, and our visitors who are the same. So thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you.
And that concludes speakers. And then we had Patty Stottlemyre registering opposition but did not wish to speak, and Molly Hintlian registering support for the recommended action but not wishing to speak.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you to the speakers, and it's Cynthia, right? Okay, thank you. I get a little punchy this time of night, too. So your story was so compelling, I just blanked on your name, but I'm glad I remembered it right. Thank you for that story that reminded me who we are here in Encinitas. And you much more articulately captured that by your human story, your story of your neighbor. And I'm a little scared by what I see as well. I'm just going to be frank. I see there's a slippery slope we're starting to go down where we are looking at punishment and regulation in areas where I think our community won't be supportive. So I'm not opposed to the scalpel approach if we need to make some improvements. But before I stop talking tonight, and I promise I'll do that soon, I do want to remind everyone that it was just last November of last year, 2024, when the Grants Pass versus Oregon Supreme Court was put into effect that changed our law enforcement's ability to enforce our laws. Before that time, from, if I remember right, and maybe Captain Watts can correct me if I'm not, but from 2018, I believe it was 2018, all the way to November of 2024, we could not enforce many of our laws associated with connecting people with services and providing for them in ways that we felt like we want to be human beings to them. We want to help connect people with services. We don't want them to languish on the streets. I personally feel like that's not humane. But because of the Supreme Court not being clear on this law, on how to apply our laws, we had our hands tied for several years, and so did every city in the state. So I are in District 9. So it's not just us. But my point is, it was just November of 2024 that we started again to be able to look at enforcement and to apply the enforcement appropriately. We now have a shelter in the Buena Creek Navigation Center. We did the right thing by creating that with the City of Vista. We have beds we can put people in. We're supportive of the Jewish Family Services Safe Parking Program. We've applied all these great things that we have outlined in our homeless action plan, and we need to keep on doing that. I don't know, I just want to say I'm a little hesitant to make any changes right now when we're still really learning about how are we applying our laws. What's our data? I know, Captain Watts, you're going to come back to us with data. We've directed you to do that as a part of looking at our homeless action plan this year. What are we doing? What are we doing successfully? Let's look at that and use that to drive really smart decisions about where we have policies that are working well and highlight that, and where we might need some additional policies. So I think we're a little too premature. on making changes. And I think, back to the specifics of this request, I think it's fine to keep it at 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. because that's usually dark. No matter what season it is, that's probably when people are sleeping. So a broader net than that, I think, captures people who it will just become a nuisance for us with enforcement because it would capture a lot more people who we don't intend to capture. But let's not move this forward tonight.
Let's see, I'll go
Now
next.
I'll stand down.
Okay. I thought Cynthia's story was quite compelling, but it also is an example of what we have services for. We have a safe parking lot. She should move to the safe parking lot where there are services, where there are restrooms, there are showers, that is the exact intent, to have a safe parking lot. In fact, there's guards there, so she's not alone in the middle of the night, in the middle of the city. You made the point, I don't know where there's a public restroom open past 10 o'clock. The downtown ones at Swami's and the train station close. So that's the second part about spending overnight in your car or even camping in your car, is invariably you need restrooms. And restrooms, if you don't use a restroom and you go and urinate or defecate in a public area, it's a health problem. It's a real health problem, which is why we offer services, which is why the sheriff leads with compassion and leads with, hey, we can get you up to a bed at the Buena Creek Navigation Center. We can get you, the whole goal of that process is to get them to permanent housing. To get them to temporary housing at the Buena Creek Navigation Center, get them food, get them services, anything they need, and then move them along to permanent housing, whether it's through a county program or a public-private program. So that is actually a great example, but it's a great example that we haven't taken to the next level. And that should be the first thing, and my experience when I've done ride-alongs, that's the first thing I hear out of the sheriff's mouths is, we really want to get you to service, we want to get you to a bed, we want to have you safe. Especially in the case of women, the examples I've seen, they don't want to have to let them turn into a statistic or an incident. So, and I think the other example, I forget who mentioned the $300,000 Airstream down the street from, I think it was Cynthia again, right? This is precisely what we're trying to craft. How do you differentiate between people who truly need services and people who are taking advantage of the good nature of the city? And the only way I know how to do that right now is to say, we're really trying to stop the overnight camping. If somebody is truly homeless and needs a place to go, we offer services, be it the safe parking lot or the Buena Creek Navigation Center and other services. And that's what we want them to do, because invariably, I think I have found that there are multiple factors. Everybody's different. There are multiple factors, and it takes a professional care person to actually get to the bottom of each case, and it takes time. And that's why the Buena Creek Navigation Center is so useful. And if you look at the statistics out of the Jewish Family Services, as far as their success rate of rehoming people, it's pretty good, because the people with cars, I think like the example you cited, they aren't necessarily having severe drug problems. They aren't necessarily, they were more recently. So they get back into permanent housing. So we want to get them on there and not institutionalize them on the side of the street. So I think your example is great. It shows that I think we are on the right path. So I've got a couple of questions. Number one, does this law apply to the safe parking lot? In other words, are all the people in the safe parking lot currently in violation of this law? And I don't know who to look to for that.
No, because we have an agreement and we passed an ordinance for that safe parking lot, so it allows that use.
Okay, good. So that's an important distinction here. The next one is we're talking about, when I look at item B on the ordinance, the first one applies to public property or street. The second one, no person shall use a vehicle as a temporary or permanent living quarters. It doesn't say public or private street. Does it apply to both private and public? And maybe, I'll look to the attorney first, but I'm going to ask how we're enforcing it too, so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't see a distinction written in that subsection.
So it would apply to both?
That, without further researching the code, yes, apparently,
Okay.
on the face of it.
And then I'm going to turn to the sheriff and ask, how did you interpret it? How do your deputies, or have you gotten down to that level of nuance?
Yeah, I think for enforcement, the enforcement has been the last resort. Most of our contacts, we're using the A section. I don't know if we have even used the B section, but that A section, a lot of the time it's education. We have people that come here from outside of Encinitas to camp, to stay, to be close to our beaches. We educate them on our municipal code, let them know that they are not allowed to spend the night in their vehicles, and they go elsewhere. They respect our code, and they leave.
Okay.
And then we encounter the individual that is actually experiencing homelessness, and those are the ones that then we work with. We refer to the city, and we try to get them into either the safe parking lot or into the Buena Creek Center, so that we can get them the resources that they need at that time. And then if we've transitioned or on the third contact, second contact, then we have been issuing the citation.
Okay, I appreciate that nuance. I would make one recommendation, that we change this code and move that on a public street or public property up to the header, so it applies to both A and B equally, just to make it clear, because I think that's probably mostly how we're using it. It sounds like we're not using it that much. Then as far as the hours, I think I'm still in the position where I would stick with the 10 to 6. I know I always worry, and I appreciate the fact that the proposed code had a definition for dusk and dawn. I just think that's too wide of a net, and my purpose in this is the $300 Airstream example, that if they're there between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. and they are sleeping in there, they're clearly habitating in that location, and that's what I'm trying to stop. I'm not trying to profile anybody. You're pretty serious if you're sleeping in your car in those hours. So that's where I am, and I will yield to Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you. First off, I want to make sure that my last comment, last speaking on item B, I was not trying to stereotype, but as the mayor just said, there is profiling that is required. My previous job as a United States Marine abroad, you do profile pretty hard on very specific individuals for obviously good reasons. The sheriff in this case, and all law enforcement, when they come up to a car, they're not necessarily knowing that they're coming up to a sweet 76-year-old woman that has a heart problem that is just looking for a place to nap. So our codes are here to protect us, but also to protect our sheriffs and their ability to enforce these codes and make sure that we don't become the place that other, again, just to use the words, bad actors that we had throughout the prior to summer, that are leaving maybe other surrounding cities, because every city right now is enforcing these laws. And so if we become the place where people, and the word on the street, and there is a community amongst certain, I'm not gonna say bad people, but negative actors and the people that we don't necessarily want in our city. So I'm not, I don't think that this specific code adjustment really reflects that. I think it really comes down to the fact that we haven't really been enforcing to the level that we've been enforcing until about May, maybe April. And that's when we started to see, and so we have been enforcing, and I think we've seen a phenomenal adjustment, predominantly down in our downtown area. That's where I think the majority of the problem was. There's a couple other areas, outliers, but we're seeing the proper adjusting change. A question to you, Captain Watts: Does this change to 12C? Would that enhance your ability to enforce per what we've talked about previously in the months prior? The problems that we've talked to before. Would this help, or does this really make a difference?
our approach is going to be the same, like I said before on the other recommended changes. So our approach doesn't change. It just would expand the times in which we could make those contacts.
Are those times that time expansion is predominantly in the evening? It's not really in the morning because dawn is plus or minus 6 o'clock, right? So it's the dusk to 10 o'clock. Is that, it's probably from November, October to February. Is that going to make a massive adjustment in your ability to uphold what is our intent of what it is we're trying to get across? It's not, again, we don't want to hinder people coming into our city and loving Encinitas, being a part of Encinitas, transiting through maybe a night here, a night there, but we don't want this to become the place where, hey, it's a free-for-all in Encinitas and this is the place to, let it all hang out, kind of, so to speak. So is that going to make a difference?
So I guess the proposed change would just allow us to make those contacts sooner and earlier, so that we could educate and then offer resources for those that need resources.
Got it. Is it risky? Is there any level of risk to deputies at the 10 o'clock hour, the 10 to 12 o'clock hour? Is it a riskier moment, or are people more frustrated with you, more angry, more aggressive, or would they be less aggressive, I guess, at the 7 p.m. hour, or?
Yeah, I'm not sure I know. I can answer that.
Yeah. So, again, I think the adjustments we've seen, again, just in this last month and a half, 2 months, I'm pretty satisfied personally. And the people and the residents I've spoken to, I have been extremely happy about the changes we've seen. I don't think that we need to be too aggressive until we have reason. I say it just as, Mr. Shalakian standing here, I don't want to wait till too late, because that's the one that we don't want to worry about. We don't want to have some scenario where there was the opposite of Cynthia's scenario, where somebody was just going out to take the trash out and something negative happened because we did not take this moment. So that's the other side of this coin that we're worried about, is not just, again, a sweet old lady that's down on her luck and needs a place to stay. We're talking about the opposite, and those do exist, and it's not a joke, and it won't be a joke on the other side of somebody being hurt. And so that is the part of this group up here, is that we have to look at both sides. We don't get to just look at what we want to have happen. We have to look at the facts of what could happen, and that's the predominant job of our sheriff, and that's why we trust him. And so that's why we would be even thinking about doing this. It's not to become the overreaching, ironclad, iron fist of the law. It's the opposite of that. We want to make sure our citizens are protected, and that people coming through here abide by our laws and respect that people do call this home and do pay their taxes and spend their time here respectfully. So I'll leave it there, but as of right now, I don't feel a massive need to adjust the hours.
Councilmember O'Hara.
Sure, and I think a couple of points to pick up on here. I was going to ask I'll wait for her to come back. So there's 6 pages here, and I keep hearing one of my council members sitting next to me talk about punishment. Is the word punishment written anywhere on any of these 6 pages? No. Just want to make that clear. This is not about punishing people. I want to refer to the numbers, and I think something you do along the way as a council person, getting up here as council, is you visit homeless shelters. You get involved in this issue, and it's shocking, more than most people realize, sadly. The numbers for the unhoused, I toured at least 3 large facilities that were shelters for people in various ways. I toured one with Councilmember Schaefer, ST Rescue Mission, where they informed us of all the numbers. Do you remember how long it is between the average woman gets raped when they're unhoused?
It was pretty short. It was like 6 weeks. I don't know.
It was like a week.
Yeah, it was short.
It was a week. And we said, oh, wow, young people. And they said, no, everybody. And so a lot of these things are motions of compassion. How do we get these people to avoid becoming the next number? I don't want my mom out there. I don't want my daughter out there. I don't want my neighbor or my family, everybody's family is a day away from this, being worried about this, right? We all are. So how do we make sure we give the sheriffs the opportunity to do this and be effective? And so it is amazing. I give you you and your neighbors are incredible, and I'm so glad that you were there for her. I'd love to see her make the next step as per, but she is, it's amazing that she does that, and I'm glad that she is happy with her existence. That is not the typical experience of the person who is in that. The typical experience is after a week, they have had a horrific crime that they will never recover from happen to them. And they'll never get back to life. So how do we help these people and avoid that? That's what this is about. Can you tell me what happens when you walk up to, how do you walk up to a car? How do you decide to walk up to a car when someone's sleeping, when you see somebody asleep in it? Please.
Yeah, first and foremost, we're going to tactfully walk up to that vehicle and make sure that there are no associated risks that we can obviously see. And a lot of times we'll wait for another deputy or another unit to respond so that we can safely approach that vehicle. And we identify ourselves. We try not to startle the person inside, because if they are asleep, we don't want them to be startled and think that it's somebody other than law enforcement there to make the contact. So we identify ourselves. We try to wake them and then initiate the contact.
Does anyone ever pretend to be asleep?
I'm sorry?
Does anyone ever pretend to be asleep?
That happens, yes.
And so does that inhibit your ability to help them?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So once the people who do respond, what is your next step, if you don't mind just walking us through it?
Yeah, so the violation has been observed, so then we will initiate that contact. We will start to proceed with the questions of, why are you here? Ask for identification. And then most of the time, I would say a majority of the time when we are interacting with these individuals, they are not from around here. They are visiting from outside of Encinitas. And then that's when we can transition into the education part of it and notify them of the violation, let them know that they're current, by sleeping in their vehicle, they are violating a municipal code. And we would ask them to either go to our safe parking lot or go elsewhere. And most of the time they say, hey, we had no idea, and they're on their way. And that's how we leave it. If we encounter somebody that is experiencing the homelessness or is in obvious need of resources, then that's the approach that we then transition to. And we collect their information. We let them know that we're going to be reaching out to the city and our social workers, and that they will be in contact with them, and we transition into providing those resources, whether that be also transitioning them over to the safe parking lot or trying to get them over to the Buena Creek Navigation Center for long-term. If the individual is warned, we let them know. Sometimes these individuals, it might not even be safe because of how tired they are for them to be on the roadways. So we warn them and we let them know that an additional contact on a later date would be a violation.
So would expanding that from essentially really it's dusk till dawn, or I guess the two go together, it could be dusk to 6 a.m. because 6 a.m. is pretty close to dawn, but dusk till dawn, would that help you with approaching vehicles with a broader sense and without having to force it on the same time, where you're probably, I assume after 10, doing other things as well based on what I see from our stats here and there.
Yeah, I think it would just give us the flexibility to initiate those contacts earlier.
Okay, I have no questions at that point.
Okay, Councilmember San Antonio.
So I have a business downtown. I just want to say thank you so much to the sheriffs. When you guys walk through the neighborhood or through the city, it's been incredible. Whether it's all eight of you or two. I mean, I've had at least 4 interactions where you've stopped by or I'll see you walk by. I can tell you that the business owners around Encinitas, around the downtown area, not all of them. I don't talk to them all. I'm not going to say they all do, but I've had at least 6 come to my business because they know I'm a council member, and tell me how happy they are, that they've seen less of what was going on before, and I think that maybe people thought that the sheriffs were going to be heavy-handed with the enforcement, but what I've found or what I've heard, at least from 2 of those people, were that it was just the presence of them being there. It wasn't that they were harassing anybody. It wasn't that they were, and maybe that was, what Cynthia was saying was, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened, but it's not that they were harassing. Like I said, I wasn't there, but for the most part, from what I've heard, is all positive. Everybody's has seen the difference, felt the difference. I felt the difference. Obviously, I'm right next to Iron Smith Coffee. They're open early. It's all girls that work there, young girls, and they used to park in the front, and someone would get ticketed. They didn't want to park in the back because there was obviously some unsavory characters back there, and some of them have had contact with those people. So it was not a good experience for them. But kudos to you guys, hard work and the presence of being there. With that being said, also talked to one of the sheriffs, and I asked is there anything that you need from me or from the city, from council, that we could help with? And he stated that he's like, I'm really happy. I really hope that, we beef up the Hope team. I know Deputy Mayor Lyons mentioned, I wish we could, or instead of doing this, we should spend our money, or we should spend funds or to ramp that up. I believe that we're doing that, right? We're hiring more a homeless coordinator, right?
Yeah, to just give a quick update, we actually do have final interviews for the homeless program coordinator. Also, too, the RFPs were due for case management outreach as well as housing navigation. And we actually are evaluating that, and we'll be looking to bring that to council.
That's 2 people, right?
Yeah, well, that would be, yes, it would be for 2 people. So it was actually 2 people, 40 hours a week. So yeah, that's fantastic. And we also threw in housing navigation, which we'll want to bring to council. So all of that will come to you in the next, within the next month, and we should have someone hired within the next month as well.
Awesome. And which I didn't know, is that in order for the sheriffs to get somebody to Buena Creek, is that you need a referring agency, which would be the city or another agency, correct? So I feel like we are trying to do those things to get them the help, and I know that the sheriffs have. Each time I've talked to them, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to do this. They're trying to do exactly what Captain Watts said they're doing, is make the contact and do it compassionately, and not be this heavy-handed fist that I think that it sounds like what the council is trying to do. When Cynthia mentioned that older lady or senior citizen was, camping in her car, she didn't present herself as homeless to her. And, there was a man that I hired that didn't present himself as homeless to me. I actually didn't know. And I hired him because I get it. People are down on their luck. It's tough out there. Just like Councilmember O'Hara said, some people are one day away from being out there on the streets themselves. So I understand that. I mean, there are months that I'm a business owner, so I'm the only one that earns money. And there are months that I'm like, dang, this is tight. So I understand. It's tough out there. Sorry to go rant about this, but I just needed to say something about this because I do understand what the council and what we are trying to do. But I just can't, I don't want it to seem that the sheriffs are not doing the right thing. I feel like, like Captain Watts said, he takes direction from us. And we're trying to put this policy in order so that he has the best tools to take care of the citizens, take care of the unhoused, so they can get the help they need. So I guess I'll just leave it at that. And I know that that homeless, that Airstream issue was, that's a 12B one. I mean, that was, we just talked about that a little earlier. So anyways, I'll leave it there.
Okay, so I'm going next, and I'm going to try and get us to a conclusion here. So I'm going to make a motion. I think I've heard and I agree that the dawn is roughly 6 a.m., and I like the consistency of 6 a.m. The 10 p.m. could be consistent, leave it there, but I actually see value in moving it to 8 p.m. It's always dark. If you're in your car sleeping at 8 p.m., you're either sleeping something off or you're sleeping for the night. And so I would propose we change the beginning time to 8 p.m. I like it because it's concrete, it's consistent, it's consistent year round. It's not that the deputies have to pull out a meter, then the citizens don't have to go, oh yeah, it's dawn plus 30 or sunset plus 30 minutes, it's just easier. The other thing is I would recommend we move the on public street or public property to the header sentence of 9.01.025, so it would read regulating sleeping in vehicles on a public street or public property, and then remove it out of the lower one. Then we know it applies to A and B. And I think that was probably the legislative intent originally, but it just, we'll clean it up. So that's my motion, and if I can get a... Okay, so I got a motion and a second. And Jim, you had hit your, do you have anything else?
Oh, no, I was kind of basically going to go on the same road as you, and I'm willing to second your motion, so I'm good.
Okay. Any other comments? Then let's call the question. A lot of good discussion, too, though.
So on the header row,
Yeah, it says,
regulating sleeping in vehicles, and you added on a public street or public property, and then are you taking it out from A or no?
I think it's redundant at that point, so you can take it out.
So vehicle parked.
And instead of, it says between the hours of, and now it's going to say 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. So we're changing the 10 p.m. to 8.
So we'll just say
June.
vehicle parked between the hour, or should we just, between the hours, so take out parked on a public street?
Yeah, you can take out.
Starting on?
You have to leave the parked.
Yeah, so.
You know what? Leave it in on the second sentence, but we're
Okay,
just
we'll
clarifying
add it to
it.
the header.
You can leave it. It'll be in both.
Okay.
And the city manager would like to speak.
So just make sure on council direction. So we have council direction on 12A and 12C. So what that means is staff will go ahead and bring back the ordinance changes. So we'll have to bring back a first reading. 2 weeks later, we'll have second reading if everything, depending on how everything goes. And so we'd have the first reading, second reading, and then it's 30 days to go into effect. So I just wanted to make sure that we'll bring back 12A and 12C, and 12B was tabled.
Yep. Motion second. Any questions?
And that motion carries with Deputy Mayor Lyons voting no. And then did you want to, we're done with that item, did you want to go to public comment?
Yeah.
Okay.
How many have we? We had a handful,
We
right?
have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And just a reminder, each public comment has 2 minutes. So it's Katie Ho, Patty Stottlemyre, and then Laura Grimmer.
Good evening. I'm Katie O. I guess good night at this point. My daughter Maggie has been a dancer at the Performing Arts Workshop for 14 years. About 11 of those years were in the location right near where, unfortunately, Emery was killed. I heard somebody say earlier that it doesn't matter what we do, that doesn't bring Emery back, and that's true. But the issue is The girls there not only lost their friend, they lost the safety of walking across that street. And what we've been asking for is to change the name of that street that honors their loss and reminds people that there are still all those girls left walking across the street. Young women have enough to fear in this world. They should not be afraid to walk across the street. And in this amount of time, these girls walked across there, gosh, Maggie wasn't old enough for a lot of the years, but when she was, hundreds of times. Just, it was jolly. It was, they were empowered. And what place other than Encinitas should empower young women like that? Walk freely, go get a smoothie. And that's gone. And the instance of distracted driving is much higher. And so I believe that your responsibility is to protect them that much more. And if we need some flashing lights so that people notice that they're crossing the street, like there are up in Tamarack and Carlsbad, so people that are looking out to see are reminded there might be pedestrians there. Everybody in the community, and certainly Emory deserved it, but these girls that are left, they deserve to know that you care that they don't get hit by a car. My daughter's graduated, so she's probably won't be there, but she mentioned she's the older sister to this, a dozen more girls, and they don't go across the street now. It's not right. Please address their needs. Thank you.
Patty will be followed by Laura Grimmer, Victoria McQueen, and then Brad Lefkowitz.
Mayor, council, and I am so terribly sorry for this loss. It's like, oh, yeah, my slides. Since hearing everybody speak, I'm like, I'm wondering if there could be, oh, it's not that one. Thank you. I'm wondering if there could be like an overpass on Encinitas Boulevard. Like there's an underpass under the railroad tracks. Now, I know that's a very expensive proposition there. Hopefully an overpass maybe wouldn't be so much, but kids now needing to get to school, there needs to be safe routes. I probably wouldn't feel safe crossing Encinitas Boulevard as a pedestrian. Can you put my slides on? You don't have them? All right. Okay, it's okay. But for safer streets, though, too, we need these extra lanes on Encinitas Boulevard. We need good traffic flow to the freeway. We need to ensure this traffic flow for, emergency evacuations. With 1,000 units going up on Quail Gardens, and who knows how much more we're going to have. We need good traffic flow and evacuation. And, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who was next?
Laura? Was Laura here? No? Is Victoria McQueen? No. Okay, then Brad.
Brad.
Lefkowitz.
Hello, thank you again. I'll keep it short, last one here. Happy to bring it back around to some more safety issues. I wish we had spent more time talking about that tonight. A bit of a disappointing show of priorities with the council member initiated items tonight. I just wanted to be sure, as Santa Fe is approaching, I want to invite you all to come to Ocean Knoll drop-off one morning. 7:45 to 8, you don't have to be there very long. It's crazy. And I know you're thinking, oh, Santa Fe is crazy, so everyone's avoiding it. It was like that before. First day of kindergarten would have been 2020, 2021 with our oldest son. I wanted to go to Parkdale Lane because we were walking down Ocean Knoll, and I said, this is too much. Bikes on the sidewalk, bikes in the roadway, dogs, cars, it's crazy. So, you know, just something to bear in mind. If you're not familiar with it, Bruce, it looks like you are, just come 7:45 to 8 any morning and see it for yourself. Just, it's something to keep in mind as we talk about Santa Fe, especially if there's been suggestions to get more people off of Santa Fe. They're going to go to Melba. There's going to need to be some kind of an investment there. There's a little bit of room by the school, wide sidewalk, but the rest of it's pretty narrow, especially where they're going to put that new units in. So we're going to need to do something. So I just want to make sure that's on your radar as you're thinking about Santa Fe. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I think we do have our speaker. Is she speaking? Victoria McQueen?
I was encouraged to come up today and address the treatment of outsiders. I'm not sure that this is appropriate, if it's the right time to speak, but I'm going to give it a shot.
You can speak about anything not on the agenda, so yeah, it's totally appropriate.
I'll be addressing two issues that were addressed tonight. I'm a retired psychology professional, and I travel full-time by choice. While in the town of Encinitas, I recently received a parking ticket issued by the code officers for having one license plate. My vehicle bears only the license plate that was issued in the state it was registered in. I was in a public park enjoying myself. The day I got the ticket, the person in charge of the park informed me that the code officers show up 2 to 4 times a day in order to write these tickets. Such persistence I would describe as determined, and it sends a message. 21 out of 50 states issue one license plate. That's nearly half of the 50 states. Outside in the lot today, I counted 7 code vehicles labeled for this facility. 5 of them were cars that I believe are used by code officers to travel around writing tickets. I could be wrong about that. You can correct me. Encinitas obviously allots a lot of money and interest in these code officers presenting tickets, and I believe people like me are a sitting duck. 21 out of 50 states issue one license plate. It doesn't take much to know that a lot of people are getting ticketed. I have seen little or no enforcement of the speeding laws and
So
the consequences
you'll
to
have to
those.
finish up. You get 2 minutes for oral comments. So one or
mean I'm done?
two more sentences.
I've seen little or no enforcement of the speeding and reckless driving people here. I dread driving in California as a predator, as a pedestrian and a driver. The things I see appall me, but I see the code officers very persistently going after out-of-staters and writing tickets. If that same persistence were to be applied by the city of Encinitas toward reckless driving, perhaps lives could be saved.
So we can't respond to your comments tonight. Oral comments are they're not interactive. That's the one thing. But we can refer you to staff. So if you want to get more clarification on, I don't think it was code enforcement. It was probably Ace Parking doing it, but I'm not sure. If you wanted to come talk to me, I'd be happy to set up an appointment with you. So, thank you.
And Mayor, if I could, I just wanted to thank our speakers for waiting to speak at the end. I appreciate that you did that.
Yeah. Okay, with that, we will move on to item 13, which is AB 1234 reports. It's been a month and a half, so I bet there have been a few meetings. Start down at the far end with Marco.
Actually, I have nothing to report.
Nothing to report.
Wow.
I attended a tour of our Sedgepaw facility down at Sunny Hill campus with the director. Incredible facility. They're doing some things that people aren't doing anywhere else, and just like everything else, they're like a clock. They work amazingly well. I'm very proud of that organization. Additionally, we had our NCTD meeting last month rather. At NCTD, we met with Sandag this past month. Had a very long conversation with the CEO of Sandag about a number of issues that we face similarly, also our references to our transit system and challenges we're facing across the board, microtransit, school busing, which school busing is going to come to the NCTD is actually going to come to our next school liaison committee to talk about school buses and how those programs might work in the future to kind of start that conversation going to make it safer for our kids. Address some of the issues that Brad was talking about actually in that regard. So we are really active with that with all our agencies we work with, and we're really excited about that. So NCTD continues to do for such a large organization and how hard it is for these large organizations to operate effectively. They are doing a tremendous job as well.
Okay, anything else? Deputy Mayor Lyons? No? Okay.
I have nothing to report.
And I attended quite a few, mostly Sandag. Sandag was not dark during July like we were, so a couple of board meetings on June 27th, July 11th. I also had a second Sandag meeting, a regional planning committee meeting, and one of the main updates there was about the RBSP3, which is the third, it's the latest rendition of the sand beach replenishment. Now, this is in addition to our standard U.S. Corps of Army Engineers, USACE, program that we get sand replenishment every 5 years. We got it in 2024. And so one of the things I've been pushing for on RBSP3, normally it would go to one spot north of Beacons. I'm trying to get it put at Beacons and then try and get more that would go the entire distance from Beacons north. That's not in the not in the USACE project. So we talked about that again. And then that was on the 11th of July, and then yesterday, I had an Encina Wastewater Policy Finance Committee, and it was a pretty standard, relatively short meeting. So, City Manager report.
I'm only going to do one. I had several, but it's late, so I'm just going to do one. Just an update on D Street. Our contractor is mobilizing and will begin removing hardware, accepting shipments, and constructing temporary shoring. It looks like the estimated time for the stairs to reopen is going to be November, and that was hopefully assuming no major issues with existing timber elements, which may have longer lead time. So everything has been fabricated and been worked on, but it looks like it's November. So appreciate everybody's patience, and at least we can access D Street from Moonlight. So that is my one update for this evening. Thank you.
City Attorney.
I defer any report I might have till the next meeting.
Okay. City Clerk, anything? Tonight, I do want to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Bob Bondi and Joanne Bondi. I learned this week that Bob Bondi passed away. He's often called the father of Encinitas. I think we wouldn't be up here if it hadn't been for Bob's contribution to the city. He passed away on August 5th at the age of 94. And he was preceded by the passing of his wife, Joanne, by just 2 months, 2 days, on June 3rd. Bob was instrumental, as I said, in forming the city of Encinitas. And well, my pages are all mixed up. Hang on one second. Well, he was president of the North Coast Incorporation Coalition that spearheaded the effort, and he was active on quite a few issues here in front of the city. He was a mentor to me, and he will be missed. And he was active. I called him like a year ago, and he was active on some issue. Even though he'd moved to Oceanside, he was active on state issues. So he kept giving and giving and giving. He'll be sorely missed. I will come back, and we'll do a proclamation for Bob, and his family will be here, and that'll be planning on that for the 27th of August. So, he'll be missed, and may you rest in peace. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Well, so much for the 11 o'clock.